Chapter 456. With Ling Zhao's current strength, killing an early-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator was still quite difficult, but it was still possible. The problem was that Taishan was accompanied by the cold-faced cultivator and the others. With these helpers, Yang Kai had a headache. This guy's strength wasn't very high, but what he feared the most was that he had some kind of treasure on him. Yang Kai didn't believe that someone who had been entrenched in a place like the Sha family castle wouldn't have a few decent treasures on him. It was better to be cautious. He only had one life, and if he lost it, it would be gone. Lying there, Ling Zhao's mountain and river martial spirit was rapidly circulating. He was looking for the best opportunity to attack. As long as he could kill Taishan, the cold-faced cultivator wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to suppress Meng Yuan. It was simply killing many birds with one stone. In the darkness, the cold-faced cultivator suddenly stood up. He rubbed his eyes. That's right, although the night was as dark as ink, a Transcendent Realm cultivator's eyesight could still see some things in the dark, but the distance was relatively close. Standing 7 or 8 meters away from the bonfire, wasn't that Ling Xiao? Grandmaster Tai, Ling Xiao has appeared. The cold-faced cultivator shouted in horror. Previously, he had been clamoring for Ling Zhao's life, but after the events of the past few days, he no longer had the courage to face Ling Xiao face to face. He was afraid. Ling Zhao's fear was far beyond his expectations. This guy was too strong, so strong that he couldn't resist at all. After all, he was only an early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator, but Ling Xiao had killed a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. Don't panic. This little brat is proficient in cloning techniques. Don't let him fool you, just in case. Taishan held a long staff in his hand. It was about 3 meters long, with 2 metal hoops on both ends. The staff also emitted the light of a spirit array. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary staff, but a rare-grade artifact divine weapon. Yes, the cold-faced cultivator calmed down. He knew too little about Ling Xiao, so naturally, he couldn't compare to Taishan from the Yuehua school. Taishan, as a disciple of the Yuehua school, you actually colluded with an outsider to kill a fellow disciple. If news of this spreads, you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore, right? Ling Zhao's voice came from the figure's mouth. If I kill you, no one will be found out. Taishan snorted coldly, but his expression didn't change. The internal strife within the sect had been going on for a long time. The Yuehua school was naturally no exception. Since he had chosen to stand on Elder Jin's side, he would not easily change his original intentions. Otherwise, he would only end up not pleasing either side. Is that so? If that's the case, don't go back alive. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and sinister as he slowly approached the bonfire. The cold-faced cultivator and his subordinates were so nervous that they held onto their weapons. Their bodies began to tremble violently. Although Taishan said that this guy was just a doppelganger, wasn't this too realistic? Master Tai, I told you, don't panic. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Taishan's forehead. Although he thought that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao, this Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into his trap. Therefore, he was naturally worried. All of a sudden, a bad premonition flashed in his heart, and he subconsciously swung his long rod behind him. Clang! The sound of the staff hitting metal was heard. Taishan saw another face with the help of the light from the bonfire. It was still Ling Xiao. Sure enough, this guy was trying to create a diversion. Just as Taishan was about to block the attack, a few screams came from behind him. Those few martial artists that he had originally planned to use as shields at the critical moment were all killed. The one who attacked him was actually the one he thought was a doppelganger. The cold-faced cultivator's head fell next to the bonfire, his eyes filled with endless regret and disbelief. He regretted offending this star of evil. He regretted opposing this star of evil. He regretted colluding with that woman Fairy Ling Long. He regretted not choosing to run away, and instead foolishly entering the mountain to kill this star of evil. Unfortunately, at the last moment of his life, what was the point of regretting? He was dead. If he died, there would be nothing left. Haha, senior brother Taishan, you're too smart for your own good. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to attack Taishan. Since Taishan's helpers had been dealt with, Yang Kai planned to have a good fight. He had not forgotten the purpose of fighting Taishan in the first place. That was to understand the strength of a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, so he could deal with Ming Yuan in the future. "You're the main body. The one who attacked me just now is a doppelganger?" Taishan came to his senses at this time, but unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Zhao's plan was not unique, but it was very practical. Moreover, it had a 100% chance of success, because his main body and doppelganger could exchange positions. "Congratulations, you're right. It's a pity that there's no reward. If you really want it, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. No matter what, you're still a disciple of the Yuehua sect." Ling Zhao still maintained a smile, as if what was about to begin was not a battle but a game. "Don't worry, even if you die, I'll leave you with an intact corpse, not because I sympathize with you, but because I want to take you back and let senior brother Meng Yuan confirm it." Taishan's expression remained indifferent, but the long staff in his hand was already eager to attack. "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, Ling Zhao's finger moved and a qi sword shot out like a viper towards Taishan at lightning speed. The qi sword was extremely fast and shot out in the blink of an eye, giving Taishan no time to react. However, Taishan was not weak. In a hurry, he actually managed to block Ling Zhao's attack with the long staff in his hand. Of course, that was not the case. In the end, the qi sword still left a shallow wound on Taishan's neck. Although it did not cause much harm, it was still very painful. Taishan's expression turned cold, and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. He immediately released his aura, and the shadow behind him turned out to be a huge Taishan tree. It stood tall and straight, with its head held high in the clouds. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, verdant, and beautiful. The trunk was as hard as bronze, and when knocked on, it produced a clanging sound. The moss on the tree's body was mottled, like the rust on an ancient bronze, condensed with the frost of time. The ancient Taishan tree was like a pillar supporting the sky, its branches coiling around the clouds, and its eyes winding around the peaks, overlooking the valleys and mountain streams. The famous saying of the ancients, "Pale skin glides through the rain for 40 years, black hair reaches 2,000 feet into the sky," was the best description of it. This martial soul was really not ordinary. "Ling Zhao, I'll let you know that your choice to kill me was really stupid. Encountering me, your best choice was to run. That way, you might still be able to preserve your little life. But now, you must die." Taishan looked at Ling Zhao coldly and said, "Forget it. Originally, your movement technique was more outstanding than mine, and I might not have been able to find you. But now that you appeared here, don't think about running away. It saves me a lot of trouble." Chapter 457. As soon as Taishan finished speaking, countless roots suddenly sprang out from within a radius of 10 meters, forming a huge, cage-like structure that enveloped Ling Zhao and Taishan. "Your martial spirit's ability is quite interesting. Can all plant attribute martial spirits be like this?" Ling Zhao had a cherry tree martial spirit before, so he hadn't learned much about it. But now that he saw Taishan's martial spirit, he was quite interested. He could snatch this thing and play with it for a few days. A plant attribute martial spirit was really suitable for fighting in the jungle. What's more, if such a majestic Taishan tree was transplanted into the mountain river world, it would be quite a good thing. Junior Brother Ling is worthy of being Junior Brother Ling. Even at this time, you still have the mood to ask questions. To be honest, Taishan really couldn't see through Ling Zhao. Was there something wrong with this person's head? What kind of situation was this that he still had the interest to ask such questions? However, he didn't dare relax in the slightest, his true chi forming a defensive wall that completely protected him. He had also assumed an offensive posture. He would fight with all his strength. Even if he was facing Ling Zhao, whose cultivation was lower than his, he absolutely couldn't hold back. Otherwise, he might end up like the corpse on the ground, decapitated. Looking at Taishan, Ling Zhao was a little excited. He had never intended to kill Taishan with a sneak attack. If he did that, it would be really boring. At least he wouldn't be able to achieve his purpose of probing. In a head-on battle, not only could he figure out the combat strength of a Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator, but he could also verify how much progress he had made. The cultivators he had killed before didn't require him to use his full strength, so it was just a game of killing. Circulating his true chi, the 5 chi swords condensed into a brilliant sword. Ling Xiao gripped this chi sword tightly in his right hand, his fighting spirit soaring. "It seems you're prepared to die." A cold smile appeared on Taishan's face. Killing people was a common thing for cultivators, but killing a dangerous person would make them feel excited. In that instant, he lightly stamped his foot and his body rushed out like a fierce beast from the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain range. His target was naturally Ling Xiao. The long staff in his hand had turned into the sharpest spear at this time, as if it was going to pierce through Ling Xiao's body in an instant. The smile on Ling Xiao's face had already disappeared, replaced by incomparable coldness. Staring at Taishan, who was rushing over, Ling Xiao slowly raised his right hand. The chi sword in his hand suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. "Get lost." The chi sword suddenly lengthened, and a ferocious and violent sword chi extended out, thrusting towards Taishan's body. The probing just now had already proven that Ling Xiao's chi sword could injure Taishan. That was why Ling Xiao chose to use chi swords to fight. Boom! With a loud explosion, Taishan blocked the tip of the chi sword with his staff. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He felt as if his body had crashed into a mountain, and he began to retreat rapidly. His 2 horns drew 2 clear marks on the ground, and he had already cut open a huge boulder. After a distance of 9 meters, the length of the chi sword had reached its limit, and Taishan's body finally stopped. At this time, he had already retreated from the boulder to the ground. This kid is really not easy to deal with. Standing there, Taishan's eyes flashed. He did not underestimate Ling Xiao. He had used a full 80% of his strength in that attack just now. The remaining 20% was naturally reserved for escaping. This was the Dragon Submission Mountain range. If a fierce beast appeared, he had to save enough true chi to escape. His arms were trembling slightly. Although he was not injured, Ling Xiao's terrifying strength made him feel very troubled. This brat's strength was probably at least 9,000 pounds, which was much stronger than the average martial artist. He could not fight recklessly. When Taishan broke through to the transcendent realm, he relied on the potential of his true chi to break through, so his physical strength was not an advantage. Fighting Ling Xiao head-on like this was definitely not a wise move. However, if his strength was not enough, his martial spirit could make up for it. "Ling Xiao, I advise you to release your martial spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have it so easy next time." With a sneer, Taishan's body began to change rapidly. It took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Ling Xiao clearly saw that this guy's skin was wrapped in a thick layer of tree bark. His originally white skin had now turned into a black iron color. It was obvious that he was not going to be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao did not speak, and just stood there looking at Taishan. He knew that this change in Taishan's body was definitely not easy to deal with, but it did not make him afraid. Instead, it made him feel very interested. Taishan stomped on the ground again, and his figure flashed even faster than before. His whole body almost turned into an afterimage as he quickly approached Ling Xiao. Along the way, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the bonfire was blown in all directions. Ling Xiao still did not dodge. It was still the same simple sword strike. He used his 9,000 gene strength, wanting to see what kind of changes had happened to this guy's body. Boom! A sound that was even more terrifying than before exploded. Ling Xiao felt as if his body had collided with a towering tree, and his figure was pushed back. However, his performance was naturally much better than Taishan's. Even though he was pushed back, his body circled around the huge rock and actually stopped about 2 meters away. This is interesting. After your body changed, your strength increased by close to 2,000 gene, close to 10,000 gene. No wonder you can push me back. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. But what's the point of just increasing strength? His body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the chi sword had already pierced Taishan's body. Dang! This time, the chi sword did not leave any marks on Taishan's body. This guy seemed to be wrapped in something, and his defense was much stronger. However, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop because of this. His speed was much faster than his opponent's, and his movement technique was also much better than his opponent's. For a moment, on the huge rock, there were continuous ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. In a short span of 20 breaths, Ling Xiao actually tried to attack all the vital parts of Taishan's body. However, his attacks were still fruitless. Kid, you're really ignorant. I'm much better than you in terms of using martial souls. Who told you that every martial soul has one type of amplification? You want to break through my defense with your attack power? That's ridiculous. Taishan just stood there and allowed Ling Xiao to attack him. However, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. You've been attacking for a long time. Have you had enough fun? Now, it's time for you to die. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp thorn pierced out from the ground. Ling Xiao's reaction was quick, and he barely dodged it, but his clothes were pierced. Chapter 458. The spikes under the ground continued to attack. For a time, inside this huge cage of spikes, Ling Xiao simply had no place to stand. As long as he approached the ground, terrifying spikes would shoot out from the ground. This was undoubtedly the ability of Taishan's martial spirit, but it seemed a little tricky. I need to take back what I said before. I thought you could make me happy, but now it seems you're just OSO. It seems I overestimated you. With your little strength, you actually dared to oppose senior brother Meng Yuan. You're simply courting death. Taishan coldly snorted, releasing even more true qi, causing the spikes on the ground to grow from 1 to 2, 3, and even 4 at once. There were now several bloody scars on Ling Xiao's body. Although these scars weren't serious, after several days of playing the killing game, this was the first time he had been injured. A 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator was really much stronger than the others. However, did you say you overestimated me? How interesting. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, not even bothering to evade and directly falling to the ground. Ha ha ha, little brat, you're courting death. Are you going to give up? It's fine if you give up. In any case, with your strength, it's completely impossible for you to oppose me. Taishan laughed madly. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually choose the stupidest decision possible to meet his spikes head-on. Asterisk poo 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 poo. Asterisk 7 or 8 spikes pierced Ling Xiao's body in succession. How boring. He died so quickly. Taishan looked at Ling Xiao standing on the ground and couldn't help feeling a little dispirited. He really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could kill a 6th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator with his strength. It's quite boring, because your performance really disappointed me. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. Wait, aren't you dead? Taishan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. At this time, he discovered that the spikes didn't hit Ling Xiao at all, but a layer of viscous liquid around Ling Xiao's body. Snow Lotus Sword Technique, Melting Water. This move was even more effective when used defensively than offensively. Good. Very good. I didn't expect that a trivial early Transcendent Realm 5th-layer cultivator like you would actually be able to block my spikes. You're very lucky, but also very unlucky, because the power I'm about to unleash is definitely not something you can withstand. This battle is really about to end. Taishan's expression quickly returned to normal. No, there was even a hint of excitement in his calm expression. This was because he really wanted to let Ling Xiao see his martial soul's ultimate move before he died. That was the combination of a martial skill and a martial soul's ability to kill in a single blow. He believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge it. He removed his defenses. It seemed that if he wanted to attack Ling Xiao with all his strength, he would not be able to maintain a defensive state. The moment he removed his defense, the long staff in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge. At the same time, Hemlock's body also enlarged, looking more like a forest giant. He waved his huge staff, and a thunderous sound came out of his mouth. 1,000-pound staff, earth-splitting. As the sound rang out, the huge staff that seemed to cover the sky fell from the sky. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt a great threat. There's no other way. I have to remove the refining array stone, otherwise, I'll really die. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He could judge the power of this attack. He could neither dodge nor block it. In his current state, he would undoubtedly die. So, he could only remove his restraints. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the moment the refining array stone was taken into the mountain river world by Ling Xiao, a towering aura directly pierced the sky. The terrifying true essence storm actually blasted several towering trees in the surroundings into smithereens. Taishan looked at this little brat in surprise. He couldn't believe that this little brat not only did not summon his martial soul, but also sealed most of his true chi, yet he could still fight him to such an extent? Was he human or demon? Could it be that the rumors were true, that this guy was not human at all, but some kind of demon? However, it doesn't matter if you're human or demon, you'll still die. Taishan was full of confidence in his killing move. He simply didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block his terrifying attack. The huge 1,000-pound staff fell. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, appeared very relaxed. A smile actually appeared on that delicate and innocent face of a child. Sorry, senior brother Tai, I was just teasing you. Just as you said, this battle should be over. You've used your strongest attack. I've also achieved my goal. As he spoke, a huge shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a humanoid flame monster. It was the variant martial soul that he had taken from He Suo. Ling Xiao gave it the name Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. Indeed, this was not the real Death Dark Flame Martial Soul, because Ling Xiao had not obtained the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. However, the flame deity was someone he had to defeat, and the flame deity had the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul. He would sooner or later obtain it. At that time, the Death Dark Flame Martial Soul would live up to its name. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with naming it now. The huge flame monster stretched out its arm that was burning with dark flames. Following Ling Xiao's movement, it grabbed the 1,000-pound staff in mid-air. Bang! Flames danced in all directions. A fierce wind blew. The entire boulder was completely shattered in this collision. The flame monster's huge hand grabbed the 1,000-pound staff, and the two sides were in a deadlock. The fierce beasts within a 100-meter radius all fled. They knew how terrifying these two people were. If they stayed, they would only be affected and die without a burial place. Idiot! My 1,000-pound staff is not something you can block. With a ferocious expression, Taishan let out a thunderous roar. Oh, is that so? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then stretched out his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the flames followed the long staff and rushed towards Taishan. Taishan's huge body was enveloped by the blazing flames. The 1,000-pound rod lost control and fell to the ground, smashing a huge long crater in the ground. No! Taishan let out a miserable cry. He felt a terror he had never felt before. This was a kind of despair. A kind of despair he had never felt before. He thought that he could kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, he did not even have the chance to escape. Withdraw. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Taishan's martial soul was forcefully extracted from the guy's body, entering the mountain river realm. In the vast wasteland, a towering tree appeared. The warrior's body instantly shrank and finally fell to the ground, turning into charcoal. Oh no, I said I would leave your corpse intact. You looked like you were enjoying the fight and completely forgot about it. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and helplessly laughed bitterly. Looking at the corpse that had completely lost its vitality, Ling Xiao dug a hole at the side and buried it. Chapter 459. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look at the bodies of the cold-faced cultivator and the others. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many people in the past few days. But these people didn't wear any storage rings when they entered the mountain. They had given all their valuables to people they trusted. The cold-faced cultivator was no exception. He wasn't interested in corpses without storage rings. Even after killing the cold-faced cultivator, there's still Fairy Ling Long. Just you wait, Fairy Ling Long. We'll meet again soon, and when that time comes, it'll be your death. Dawn. The sun shone down on the earth. In the depths of the dragon's subduing mountain range, a group of people was walking under the speckles of sunlight. They were cultivators who had entered the mountain to pick herbs. They wore special markings on their bodies, afraid that they would be targeted by the murderous Demon King. Fortunately, they were safe along the way. Hey, look! What's that? Amid the panicked shouts, Several cultivators looked forward. What a scene! In an open space, the trees were all burnt black, and in the middle of this charred land, several corpses were strewn about. Next to these corpses, there was a freshly filled grave with a stone tablet erected on top of it. Yuehua School, Taishan's grave. Below these words were the words, "His death was justified." The cultivators looked at each other and cried out in fear. They didn't care about going into the mountain to pick herbs, turning around and fleeing. Soon, the entire Sha family castle knew about this. "Hey, did you hear?" The cold-faced cultivator by Fairy Ling Long's side died. His head was separated from his body. He died a horrible death. That's nothing. Yuehua School's Taishan was a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Grandmaster, but he was still killed. Was it done by that person? It must be. It's that young man with a bounty on his head. I heard that he's only 14 years old. How can he be so terrifying? In the past few days, there have been rumors that over 1,000 cultivators entered the mountain range to capture him. However, more than 500 died, and the rest fled. Isn't that obvious? He can even kill a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. No matter how many we send, it'll be useless. Hee, that Fairy Ling Long is such a hypocrite. Who knows how many men she has slept with in the past? Shoo, lower your voice. After all, the Sha family is still her territory. This time, she has found a core disciple from the Beast King Palace to help her. What's there to be afraid of? The cold-faced martial artist is already dead. Do you think that young man will let him live? In an instant, the Sha castle was abuzz with discussions. Many people who had been suppressed by Fairy Ling Long but did not dare to say anything were celebrating at home. The people they couldn't afford to offend had finally kicked an iron plate this time. The atmosphere in Ling Long's celestial palace became even more oppressive and oppressive. It was as if the black smoke that had accumulated there was coming out unceasingly. On the ground was the corpse of the cold-faced warrior and the charred hemlock. However, this time, other than Wang Shi, there were 3 more people in the hall. They were the other 3 of Meng Yuan's 4 wooden guests. They were Zhan Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu. Looking at the charred corpse, the 3 of them looked terrifyingly gloomy as if they would explode at any time. Their eyes were full of strong killing intent. "Senior brother, you must avenge Hemlock. You must tear that brat Ling Xiao into pieces. Don't leave even a trace of him alive." Qin Wu shouted angrily. "That's right. The 4 of us are like brothers. Although we are not from the same family, we are from the same small sect. We became sworn brothers. We said we would live and die together." Wu Yang shouted, too. Their eyes were blood-red, and their anger had almost condensed into a solid form. Zhan Lu nodded. He still remembered what Meng Yuan had told him when he left the Yuehua school. He had told him to keep a low profile and not to expose his killing intent to Ling Xiao in front of others. However, how could he hold back when he saw Hemlock's dead body? However, he also found it hard to believe. He knew about Ling Xiao. Moreover, Meng Yuan had given him all the detailed information about this person. He was an outer disciple. A month ago, his cultivation was between the peak of the Transcendent Realm 2nd layer and the early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. What was going on now? How could he kill Hemlock? Hemlock was an early Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator. Because he couldn't believe it, he even suspected that it was Beast King Palace's Wang Shi who did it. However, Wang Shi had an alibi. When Hemlock died, Wang Shi was discussing with Fairy Ling Long and some other cultivators about going into the mountain to kill Ling Xiao. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. If it was really Ling Xiao, he would definitely turn that guy into ashes. "I advise the 3 of you to calm down," Wang Shi suddenly said coldly. "Although Taishan's cultivation is weaker than the 3 of you, it's actually not that much weaker. According to my previous investigation of the scene, that Ling Xiao didn't even suffer any serious injuries. After he killed Taishan, he left very easily. This shows that his strength is much stronger than Taishan's. Of course, he hoped that the people from Yuehua School would fight to the death. However, this was called speaking the opposite of the truth. If he urged the 3 of them to kill Ling Xiao, not only would he fail, but he would also be suspected. However, if he said this, the situation would be completely different. He believed that these three idiots would definitely reject his good intentions and insist on finding trouble with Ling Xiao. As for him, he would naturally be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Although he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, he felt that this brat was troublesome. If the people from Yuehua School could injure both sides, he would naturally be able to solve the problem more easily. Many thanks for Brother Wang's good intentions, but this bastard actually killed his fellow disciple. Moreover, he killed our junior brother who was like a brother to us. He must die. Sure enough, Zhanlu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu's thoughts were surprisingly in sync. Zhanlu, who was originally a little calm, was now filled with killing intent. He could no longer remain calm. Miss Linglong, I'll have to trouble you to help me. Zhanlu looked at Fairy Linglong and said, Please tell me, senior brother Zhan. I'll definitely do it. Fairy Linglong couldn't afford to offend anyone here. This incident this time was caused by her. She was already very lucky that Zhanlu and the other two didn't find trouble with her. She didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Go and gather the martial artists now and let them pretend to be herb gatherers. This Ling Xiao is very hypocritical. Although he killed many people in the past few days, he didn't kill any innocent people. This shows that he's selective when he kills. Zhanlu said, These people don't have to attack Ling Xiao and don't have any hostility towards Ling Xiao. They're just going into the mountains to pick herbs. If they accidentally find Ling Xiao, immediately release the signal flare without any hesitation. Understood. Fairy Linglong thought that this was a really good idea. This way, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to distinguish the real herb gatherers from the real hunters. I'll do it right away. Cold Face has been with me for many years. I'll definitely avenge him no matter what. You guys don't object to me coming along, right? Wang Shi asked with a smile. Of course not. As long as we can reduce Ling Xiao to ashes, Brother Wang can do whatever you want. Chapter 460. The sunlight became scorching hot. Lathe temperature in the Dragon Submission Mountain range suddenly rose, and it felt stuffy. Ling Xiao leaned against the shade of a tree and looked down the mountain. He was very curious. Why were there so many herb-gathering martial artists entering the Dragon Submission Mountain range today? These people obviously did not have any enmity towards him. They were purely there to gather herbs. He was not someone who would kill innocent people. Naturally, he would not do anything to these people. While waiting, he did not forget to cultivate. The two sword-soul doppelgangers sat on either side of him, while his original body was playing with the chi sword in his hand. He had a feeling. The 9 Meridians chi sword could only display its true power after condensing 9 chi swords. It was just like how the shadow sword art could only begin to cultivate sword skills after condensing 13 sword shadow clones. It was the same logic. Therefore, he was anxious to raise the level of the 9 Meridians chi sword. It looked like he was playing with it, but he was actually comprehending it. Suddenly, he realized that there was something wrong with those herb-gathering martial artists. Ling Xiao had gathered herbs before, and he had learned the real skills from young Danlin. He remembered clearly what he needed to pay attention to during the process. But today, most of the herb-gathering martial artists did not pay attention to these basic skills. It was as if they knew nothing about herb-gathering. Seeing this, he felt that something was wrong. He kept his sword-soul doppelgangers and planned to capture someone to ask. If the other party was innocent, he would naturally let them go. But if they pretended to be herb-gathering martial artists to deal with him, that was too despicable. After a while, one of the herb-gathering martial artists was captured by Ling Xiao and brought to a hidden place. Tell me, what are you guys doing? Tell me the truth, and I can let you live. Otherwise, I will kill you. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll talk. These martial artists were already frightened by Ling Xiao's notoriety and did not dare to resist. We were forced to enter the mountain by Fairy Linglong. She said that once she found your location, she would immediately send a signal flare to inform everyone. As expected. Ling Xiao had always trusted his intuition. Now, it seemed that he was right. This woman had actually entered the mountain. Since they had entered the mountains, things would be much easier. It would not be easy to survive, but would it be difficult to die? Ling Xiao sneered and continued to ask, How many of you are here? How strong are you? Most of them are cultivators below the 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm, but there are 3 cultivators from Yuehua School who are all at the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm, and 1 core disciple from Beast King Palace who is at the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm. Not bad, not bad. You're very honest. Oh right, you have a thunderbolt signal flare on you, right? Give it to me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. But don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That woman forced us. All right, give me your storage ring, then you can scram. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The martial artist hurriedly took off his storage ring and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao checked the storage ring and confirmed that there was nothing else on the martial artist's body, so he directly kicked him and said, Scram. After the martial artist left, Ling Xiao made some arrangements nearby and used up all the fire snake refining array stones he had on him. These bastards, since they don't fear death, I'll let them die. The power of the fire snake array was not static. As long as the materials were good enough and the technique was good enough, the power of the array would naturally be much greater. Ling Xiao's batch of fire snake refining array stones could easily kill a 3rd-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Let's kill a batch first. Although a cultivator at the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm or above would not be killed by the fire snake array, they would still be affected and would definitely be injured. I'll take my time. When this young master has nothing to do in the sect, I don't know any other spirit arrays, so I'll just focus on refining this fire snake array. After arranging everything, he directly fired the signal flare. In that instant, he felt an extremely powerful aura approaching him. TSK, you're all here. If we were outside, this young master might be afraid of you. But this is the depths of the dragon's subduing mountain range. If you're not afraid of death, then come. I'll play you to death. Ling Xiao grinned meaningfully and quickly hid in the dark, leaving only the Sword Soul clone to wait for the enemy. A moment later, the large group finally arrived. Ling Xiao noticed that Fairy Ling Long had been hiding behind a man all this while. If he was not mistaken, this man should be the 10th-ranked core disciple of Beast King Palace, Wang Shi. His strength was only slightly inferior to Ying Wuya. There were also 3 other people whose information Yang Kai had gathered in his mind. Zhan Lu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, 3 of Meng Yuan's forward guests. He had killed Taishan, but as a result, these 3 people had chased after him. Their brotherhood was really deep. Even if they wanted to die, they would still rush over. Ling Xiao, let's see where you can run off to today. Fairy Ling Long saw Ling Xiao's Sword Soul clone standing there carelessly and scolded angrily. You actually killed so many cultivators. You're already the public enemy of the 12 sects. Hee hee, what a joke. You'd better worry about yourself. Soon, you'll be accompanying your cold-faced brother in hell. Little bastard, you're so daring to kill your fellow disciples. If you surrender today, I'll let you off lightly and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces. Without waiting for Fairy Ling Long to speak, Qin Wu had already roared in anger. Bullshit. If Taishan didn't come to kill me, I wouldn't have bothered to kill him. You 4 idiots have obviously been fooled by Meng Yuan and still haven't come to your senses. If you obediently scram today, I won't kill you on account of our brotherhood. Ling Xiao scolded. It was obvious that the guilty party was complaining first. This was too shameless. Could it be that if I lay there and let you kill me, I wouldn't be killing my fellow disciples? Qin Wu, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. Zhan Lu roared angrily and rushed out. That kid has a top-notch gold-grade martial art manual on him. It belongs to whoever snatches it. At this moment, Fairy Ling Long also shouted. She no longer cared about treasures. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, nothing else mattered. Otherwise, she felt that she would have a sleepless night. Snatch it. Why else would people say that birds die for food and men die for wealth? Those cultivators only hesitated for a moment before they pounced. Even if they knew that Ling Xiao had already killed hundreds of cultivators like them, their greed still made it impossible for them to sit back and do nothing about a top-notch gold-grade martial art manual. Fire Serpent Formation. Activate. Ling Xiao quickly recalled his Sword Soul doppelganger and activated the Fire Serpent Formation. In that instant, dozens of Fire Serpent formations were activated at the same time. Thousands of fire serpents flicked their tongues and spewed terrifying flames at those cultivators. These flames were modified by Ling Xiao using the dark flames of death, adding a terrifying death energy. Chapter 461. Of course, the saying that the death dark flame was tainted with certain death was a bit exaggerated, but there were still some methods to imitate such a situation. But there was no doubt that the death dark flame was really terrifying. There was no doubt about that. Pills refined with the death dark flame would be injected with the death attribute, turning into a terrifying poison pill. Unless it was mixed with other sacred flames, it was more poisonous than any poison in the world. See you later. After activating the fire snake array, Ling Xiao did not even look at the corpses on the ground. Listening to the continuous screams, he disappeared into the forest once again. Chase. We can't let that kid escape. The fire snake array naturally could not do anything to Zhanlu, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, so they quickly caught up. As for Wang Shi, he did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he brought Fairy Ling Long with him as he followed behind them, chatting idly with them. The more Zhanlu and the others chased, the more frightened they became. Their cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, but they could only watch as Ling Xiao's figure got further and further away from them. No wonder when they were in the sect, someone said that this kid's movement technique was amazing. At that time, they thought it was just an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it was not an exaggeration. The three of them looked at each other and condensed their true essence on their feet, using a rare gold-grade movement technique to increase their speed. But even so, they were still getting further and further away from Ling Xiao, and they could no longer see his figure. No, Senior Brother Zhan, let's use a magic treasure. This time, Senior Brother Meng Yuan gave each of us a magic treasure to increase our speed. Although it's a one-time use item, if we don't use it now, when will we? Qin Wu shouted anxiously. Okay. Zhanlu nodded and took out a very exquisite scroll from his storage ring. Then, he unfolded it. On the scroll, there was a drawing of a swallow spreading its wings. After silently reciting an incantation, the swallow disappeared, and a pair of faintly discernible wings appeared on Zhanlu's body. This was a one-time use magic treasure, a secret scroll. If it could be used repeatedly, then it could be called an immortal grade artifact. The scrolls used by the other two were exactly the same. It seemed that in order to kill Ling Xiao, Meng Yuan had definitely spent a lot of money. It was unknown where he got such a thing from. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the use of the secret scroll, Swallow's Wings, the speed of Zhanlu and the other two instantly increased by more than double. Although he couldn't fly, the distance and speed he was gliding instantly increased. In a short moment, he had already closed the distance between him and Ling Xiao. His back, which he could no longer see earlier, was now clearly visible. This Meng Yuan, if I don't kill him, I'm not a human. Noticing the sound of something breaking through the air behind him, Ling Xiao turned around to glance at it and couldn't help but curse. Was that? It was very difficult to make this kind of secret scroll. One needed to master the method of refining arrays and the method of extracting the divine text to succeed. Ordinary secret scrolls were brought over from other continents by martial artists. The price was frighteningly high. This thing was basically used as a tool to escape by martial artists in the Sky Dragon continent. He did not expect that these three fellows would use it to kill Ling Xiao. How extravagant. This made Ling Xiao's heart ache. How good would it be if he could snatch this thing? Ling Xiao, you will definitely die today. With the help of the secret scroll, Zhanlu took the lead. The distance between him and Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer. Wu Yang and Qin Wu's cultivation was slightly weaker than Zhanlu's. They were also using the secret scroll, but they fell behind. Zhanlu roared angrily. He released his true origin again, and his speed increased again. Vaguely, the shadow of a willow tree could be seen behind him. It was indeed the four-wooden guest. The previous one was the hemlock martial spirit, but this one was the willow martial spirit. Interesting. Looking at Zhanlu's ferocious expression, Ling Xiao smiled and said, If you have the ability, come and chase me. Don't end up like the hemlock martial spirit. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed his finger. A chi sword broke through the air. Power of celestial phenomenon. Lightning sword. This chi sword contained the lightning celestial phenomenon and lightning celestial phenomenon from the 12 golden lotus arts. It was as though it had turned into a lightning sword as it flew towards Zhang Lu. Break! As the chi sword flew, Zhang Lu did not dare to be negligent. The long sword in his hand trembled. It was as soft as a willow branch. This fellow knew how to coordinate with his martial spirit. He specially chose a weapon like the soft sword. Willow sword art, flying willow strike. The soft sword suddenly straightened. His true origin condensed into dozens of willow branches and blasted towards Ling Zhao's lightning sword. Pa pa pa. Continuous sounds of collisions rang out, causing the surrounding trees to be blasted into flying branches and leaves. The thinner trees were directly blown apart, looking incomparably miserable. The ground was also full of potholes. There were even faint blue electric sparks. No wonder you were so arrogant back in the sect. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Your attack is actually slightly weaker than mine. Zhang Lu was astonished. However, he had also determined that Ling Zhao's approximate strength was definitely inferior to his. After all, he had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. His opponent was weaker than him. He estimated that his opponent's strength was around 70 to 80% of his. With this strength, with this brat's craftiness, it wouldn't be surprising if he could kill Taishan. Thinking of this, he kicked off a tree. Borrowing the rebound force, his body rushed out dozens of meters. The power of the secret technique scroll was indeed extraordinary. Normally, it would be good if he could jump out 10 meters. Little bastard, die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the dead Taishan and He Suo. Zhang Lu was getting closer and closer to Ling Zhao. Thinking of the dead Taishan and He Suo, his anger grew. Taishan was his sworn brother, and He Suo was his benefactor. He had to avenge them. However, when a person was blinded by hatred, it was easy to lose the ability to think calmly. He didn't notice that Wu Yang and Qin Wu, who were less than 10 meters behind him, had disappeared at some point. Ling Zhao seemed to be running away, but in fact, he was luring Zhang Lu into a one-on-one battle. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to win in a one-on-three battle, even if he used his ancient golden dragon form. In a one-on-one battle, his chances of winning were much higher. Of course, the most important thing was that he had to avoid Wang Shi. That guy was the biggest threat. With his current strength, it was unlikely that he would be Wang Shi's opponent. After all, a Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator was too strong. Idiot, catch up to me first before you talk about revenge. Ling Zhao glanced back at Zhang Lu, mainly to confirm whether the others had caught up. With his eyes, he could see several kilometers away without a problem. At this time, Wu Yang and Qin Wu were like headless mosquitoes, running around in the jungle. Chapter 462. The direction that Ling Zhao was escaping in was the place with the most beasts. It wasn't strange to encounter beasts there. Because he and Zhang Lu were too fast, many beasts couldn't catch up with them. On the other hand, the king's snake chased after it slowly, but it was stopped by the lava beast. Soon, Wu Yang and Qin Wu also encountered trouble. When they chased into a dense forest, they suddenly felt a terrifying gust of wind coming from all directions. The speed was very fast and the angle was very tricky. Their faces turned cold as they took out their weapons. Relying on their instincts as warriors, they attacked in the direction with the greatest threat. This was the sound of sharp blades cutting through the beasts' bodies. In the silent forest, it was especially ear-piercing. A whoop, two shrill screams were heard. Bang! On the ground, a wolf the size of an adult fell. It's a wind-tailed wolf. Two wind-tailed wolves at the peak of level 2 were bleeding and struggling on the ground. Wu Yang and Qin Wu didn't have any intention to finish them off. This was because they knew that wind-tailed wolves appeared in packs. They had to leave quickly. Their judgment wasn't wrong, but it was a pity that they were a step too late. More wind-tailed wolves attacked fearlessly in the forest. This made Wu Yang and Qin Wu's faces turn ugly. They had already lost track of Ling Zhao and Zhang Lu. Now that they were stopped, although they weren't afraid of these guys, their speed was delayed again. This made them very unhappy. Is senior brother Zhang Lu all right? Their senior brother Zhang Lu suddenly realized that Ling Xiao had stopped. This made him a little surprised. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be running for his life after being chased by them. Now that he suddenly stopped, this wasn't normal. He turned around to take a look. Suddenly, he understood what had happened. "Imph, do you think that you can win just because I'm alone? In a while, you'll feel that you've made a stupid and ignorant mistake." Zhang Lu snorted as he looked at the calm Ling Xiao. "As expected of a good brother. Even the way you speak is the same. That Taishan also said the same thing to me. Unfortunately, the one who died in the end wasn't me, but him." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Today, you will naturally follow in his footsteps." "Idiot." Zhang Lu sneered. "Taishan is only at the early stage of the transcendent realm while I am at the late stage of the transcendent realm. Not only that, I also received guidance from senior brother Meng Yuan and learned a superior gold-grade martial art. You comparing me to him is a very ignorant thing to do." "Oh, really? Why do you people refuse to believe me when I tell the truth? Since that's the case, I'll let you experience how it feels when the fear of death descends upon you." Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words and directly removed the array refining stone. Now that Zhang Luo was alone, he had the strength to fight. If the other people rushed over, it would be difficult. Therefore, unlike when he was dealing with Hemlock, he was prepared to go all out from the start. His full strength was naturally reduced. He generally wouldn't use his human dragon form or ancient golden dragon form easily. "I heard that you found an ancient cultivator's cave mansion here and took a lot of good things. Now obediently hand over the treasures, and I will promise to leave your corpse intact." Zhang Lu's purpose didn't seem to be simple revenge. He was also very interested in the ancient cultivator's cave mansion. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then beckoned with his hand. "That's right. I found an ancient cultivator's cave mansion and obtained a lot of good things, including a superior gold-grade martial art. If you have the guts, come and take it." Superior gold-grade martial art. Hearing these words, Zhang Lu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This was a martial art that even core disciples would find difficult to cultivate, but Ling Xiao actually obtained it from an ancient cultivator's cave mansion. This brat shouldn't be lying because there was no need to. Anyway, even if there wasn't a superior gold-grade martial art, there must be something else. After killing this brat, he would first take his storage ring for himself. Thinking of this, the flexible sword in Zhang Lu's hand straightened again, then pointed at Ling Xiao. His true origins suddenly exploded, and the flexible sword seemed to have a life of its own, showing a rich green color. The fighting method of combining martial soul and martial arts seemed to be systematically taught in the inner sect and not unique to Ling Xiao. "Little bastard, since you are unwilling to hand over the treasures, I can only chop off your head to complete the task. As for your corpse, I will use it as a sacrifice to my good brother, Hemlock." After speaking, Zhang Lu suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body shot out. The flexible sword in his hand emitted a bright green light and actually shot towards Ling Xiao along with dozens of willow branches. The willow tree shadow behind him was constantly shaking, and the green light was shining brightly. Feeling the sharp sword chi rushing towards him, Ling Xiao's expression was still as indifferent as before. During a battle, unless he was happy, he would not easily reveal his thoughts on his face. His face was basically expressionless in battle. Yang Kai had to admit that Zhang Lu was indeed much stronger than Hemlock. The difference between the late 7th layer Transcendent Realm and the early Transcendent Realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. On the path of cultivation, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between each stage. Even the gap between minor realms was far greater than the gap between the martial vein realm and the first half of the Transcendent Realm. The 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm was called the Divine Valor stage. Divine Valor, as the name implied, meant that one was as brave and invincible as a god. When a Transcendent reached this stage, the gap between them and the previous stages was basically widening. This was also the reason why only after reaching the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm could one become a core disciple. The Divine Valor stage was divided into 5 stages: early stage, intermediate stage, late stage, peak, and invincible. The latter stages were all the same, and there was a big difference between them and the previous stages. In the previous stages, as long as one cultivated to the peak, they could break through, but from the Divine Valor stage onwards, every time one advanced a minor realm would be added, and the difficulty of breaking through would continue to increase. Ling Xiao was at the 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm, which was the so-called Divine Force stage. At this stage, because of the previous cultivation, one's soul, true qi, and body had fused into one, allowing one to erupt with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator. An ordinary cultivator had a strength of 5 to 6,000 jin. The more outstanding ones could reach 7 to 8,000 jin, or even 10,000 jin. An early Divine Force cultivator fighting a late Divine Valor cultivator was definitely not an easy task. Ling Xiao now understood very well that if he did not use his ancient golden dragon form, facing Zhanlu, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. He did not have an absolute advantage. It looks like I'll have to suffer some injuries. Ling Xiao frowned, but immediately relaxed. If he could successfully kill Zhanlu, so what if he suffered some injuries? Chapter 463. Seeing Zhanlu's attack, a hemlock shadow suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao's back. Sharp spikes shot out from the ground and attacked Zhanlu. Seeing the hemlock martial spirit, Zhanlu was shocked, not because of its power, but because this hemlock martial spirit was his good brother's martial spirit. Pa, amidst the continuous collision, the hemlock spikes and the green willow branches almost completely destroyed each other. This was all thanks to Zhanlu being distracted. The moment Ling Xiao used the hemlock martial spirit, the power of his move was greatly reduced. Bastard, you actually stole my brother's martial spirit. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Zhanlu roared. Ling Xiao picked his ears and chuckled. I say, Senior brother Zhanlu, you've said the same words more than once. Can you not repeat it? My ears are about to grow calluses. If you want to kill me, just come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Humph. If you only have this bit of ability, then you won't be able to escape the fate of being torn into pieces today. Not only will I take everything from you, but I will also kill all your friends. Zhanlu's expression became sinister. Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and those ignorant outer sect disciples who flattered you, they all have to die. None of them can live. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. His expression became gloomy. In his eyes, killing intent completely condensed together and turned into a solid line of sight. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would be enraged. Ling Xiao's reverse scale was his family and friends. If Zhanlu was purely threatening him, he might still be able to keep his corpse intact. But he used Ling Xiao's friends to threaten him. Then, what awaited him was truly being torn into pieces. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly soared. Ling Xiao had always been unwilling to enter the human dragon form. But now, he didn't think so anymore. If he wanted to tear Zhanlu into pieces, it was impossible to do so without entering the human dragon form. In the forest, there were many ferocious beasts spying on the battle between the two. The moment Ling Xiao entered the human dragon form, they all trembled and then prostrated themselves on the ground to worship him. Zhanlu, who was staring at Ling Xiao, felt an intense uneasiness in his heart. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger, and his appearance seemed to have changed quite a bit. A bluff? This person didn't seem to be a bluff. Kill. I'm not going to continue waiting. Zhanlu didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, but he definitely wouldn't allow him to succeed. He had to kill him before Ling did this. Zhanlu's aura instantly soared, and the willow tree behind him became more and more realistic. Its green color was also as green as jade. Zha Lu was as tall as a tree. Lu's the willow tree was very beautiful, but a willow tree that had turned into a martial spirit was extremely terrifying. Lu, dies Zhanlu roared angrily, and even more willow branches appeared around his body. They were like sharp arrows, and there were close to 1,000 of them. Each willow branch could kill a 5th-level, transcendent realm cultivator with God Force. So what if Ling Xiao was stronger than ordinary cultivators with God Force? If one willow branch couldn't solve a problem, then 2 willow branches would do. What a pity. The moment I entered this form, you were destined to fail. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning danced around him. The terrifying true chi caused countless ferocious beasts to tremble in fear as they looked at this guy who was like a demon god. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, Iron Fur King. 10,000 trees fell, only Iron Fur King. Celestial phenomenon power. Iron Fur's fury. The pure celestial phenomenon power was integrated into the Iron Fur martial spirit, erupting with a terrifying power. The roots that were originally buried in the ground turned into sharp swords. With Ling Xiao as the center, the world energy between heaven and earth madly surged. The world energy and elements that were almost visible to the naked eye were madly injected into the Iron Fur martial spirit. At the same time, more and more sharp swords condensed around Ling Xiao, and they became stronger and stronger. These swords were wrapped in the power of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. It was as if a storm was coming, shaking the world. Following his voice, Zhang Lu slowly spoke. Close to 10,000 spiked longswords tore through the void, causing the entire space to distort in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. All he could see was Zhang Lu's terrified and incredulous expression. It wasn't that he had never seen Iron Fur martial spirit before, but he had never seen it with such power. This was simply too strange. Countless swords pierced towards Zhang Lu, instantly cutting off his thoughts. He didn't dare to escape. He knew very well what would happen if he turned his back on these swords. What a terrifying little beast. No wonder He Suo and Iron Fur both fell at his hands. He is clearly only an early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator. So how can he launch such a terrifying attack? Is it related to his strange form? Without any time to think, Zhang Lu madly increased his true chi, even swallowing a high-rank true essence pill. His willow branches also grew by several thousand before shooting out. He didn't believe that with his late-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivation, he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Asterisk pung 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 pung. Asterisk, a series of crashing sounds rang out. The vicious beasts hiding in the forest finally had time to raise their heads. Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Wang Shi, and Fairy Ling Long also arrived at this time. In their eyes, they saw an unbelievable scene. At this moment, Zhang Lu's body was being cut to pieces. Countless spikes and long swords pierced into his body. His body was shattered in an instant. The vicious beasts and humans all sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't understand how an early-stage Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator could injure a late-stage Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivator to such an extent. Ling Xiao's side was completely obscured by the dazzling light, so he couldn't see what was happening. However, countless willow branches were constantly being shot out, hitting the nearby rocks and trees, causing them to explode. From this, it could be seen that even if Ling Xiao was injured, it wouldn't be as serious as Zhang Lu's. This battle, this cruel reality, caused Wu Yang and Qin Wu's bodies to tremble. Before, they were worried that Zhang Lu would covet Ling Xiao's treasures and take them for himself. Now, it seemed that their worries were in the wrong direction. What they should be worried about the most was whether their senior brother, Zhang Lu, would be able to survive this battle. The smoke and dust that filled the air finally dissipated. The young man's figure also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His face was slightly pale, and there were many bloody scars and holes on his body. Obviously, he had suffered heavy injuries in this battle. However, compared to Zhang Lu's shattered body, he was naturally in a much better condition. At this time, Ling Xiao had already withdrawn his dragon form. Those who had seen this form were all dead, so he didn't want to expose this secret. He could keep his dragon form a secret for as long as possible. After all, the longer he kept it a secret, the longer he could use this trump card. For him, there was absolutely no harm in keeping it a secret. The reason why he had to withdraw it now was because he couldn't kill these 4 people who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 464. Ling Xiao just stood there, the wounds on his body healing rapidly. The heavenly dragon golden body's terrifying regenerative ability was really amazing. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent as he stared at the 4 people who had arrived late. No one knew what he was thinking. Although his injuries were not light and he had consumed a lot of energy, being able to kill Zhang Lu in one blow still made Ling Xiao ecstatic. He had basically tested his strongest combat strength without entering the ancient golden dragon form. Facing an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator, he could definitely defeat them. Of course, the premise was that the opponent did not have a stronger artifact, martial skill, or martial soul than him. Otherwise, there would definitely be some accidents in the battle. Kill him. Qin Wu and Wu Yang suddenly woke up from their shock. Although they were frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, Zhan Lu was clearly injured. But now, Ling Xiao was obviously heavily injured. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, he might not have another chance in the future. Are you still not going to make a move? This person's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level at such a young age, and his combat strength is so strong. If you leave him alive, he will definitely become a nightmare for you in the future. Wang Shi said coldly, if you don't make a move, then I will kill him, but don't even think about taking a single thing from him. Ling Xiao's terrifying strength had already made Wang Shi feel a deep sense of dread. He finally understood why Shi Mei was killed by Ling Xiao. Facing this guy, even he, an 8th-level transcendent realm cultivator, felt a deep sense of fear, let alone others. Fortunately, this boy's cultivation was still shallow, and he was seriously injured. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Let's attack together. We can't let him escape. This guy is almost at his limit. As long as we can kill him, we can give up everything. Wu Yang and Qin Wu glanced at Wang Shi and said, even in the face of the heavily injured Ling Xiao, they were still frightened. Because Zhan Lu's death was too horrifying. He was definitely dismembered into 10,000 pieces. Now, they just wanted Ling Xiao to die quickly. They did not even care about the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Good. Wang Shi revealed a smug smile. He thought that if he made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was waiting for those idiots from Yuehua School to say something. Now, he finally found an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shi suddenly shot out like a poisonous snake that suddenly attacked its prey. That instantaneous speed was simply terrifying to the extreme. I was waiting for you to make a move. Ling Xiao's laughter rang out, and Wang Shi's expression changed drastically. Be careful, Ling Long. He instantly understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words, but it was too late. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded through the clouds. The peerless beauty fairy Ling Long had died for no apparent reason. In the sky, the youth floated there with 2 huge dragon wings on his back. Fairy Ling Long's corpse was in his hands. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How could a human have wings? Even a cultivator with a flight-type martial soul in the transcendent realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Do you want her? I'll return her to you. Ling Xiao threw Fairy Ling Long's corpse away as he watched Wang Shi pounce over again. This woman's inferior dragon martial soul had already been absorbed by him, so there was no point in keeping her corpse. He did not have the bad habit of harming corpses. Goodbye, everyone. Ling Xiao will remember the kindness of killing me today. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely let you all have a taste of revenge. By the time he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared into the layers of mist. His flying speed was simply too fast. His goal was the 1,000 Ghost Forest. That was his final destination after leaving Yuehua School this time. You better find a place to heal quickly. After suffering such serious injuries, relying solely on the self-recovery of the Sky Dragon Golden Body is definitely not enough. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard from the Beast Ring. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it after we reach the 1,000 Ghost Forest. Master, you are underestimating the Sky Dragon Golden Body too much. If you don't kill me in one go, I won't die. Its recovery ability is definitely beyond your imagination. As he spoke, Ling Xiao flapped his wings and sped off into the distance. Even though he could only fly for 10 minutes, he might have to stop and rest after 5 minutes because of his injuries. However, after 5 minutes, he would already be hundreds of miles away. Wang Shi and the others would not be able to catch up. During the flight, his body was constantly healing itself. Ling Xiao did not use any medicine to help heal his injuries. If his body relied on medicine, its recovery ability would be greatly reduced. Right now, he had to constantly stimulate his body's potential and let it remember this feeling. The place where Ling Xiao had been injured was actually about 250 miles away from the Thousand Ghost Forest. After flying for a while, he chose a more secluded place to land. Then, he planned to wait until his injuries were fully healed before heading out to search the Thousand Ghost Forest. This place should be very safe, as Wang Shi and the others would definitely not dare chase after him. If he did not have a Yuan Venerate master accompanying him, he would not have dared to enter this place rashly. After all, once he entered, it would not be easy to leave. Every year, many Transcendent Realm cultivators would mistakenly enter this place and die here. This was also a cave. Ling Xiao was still very cautious as he set up a spirit array at the entrance of the cave. Then, he took out the ice bed and began to cultivate. After the battle, his true qi was almost depleted. Coupled with the fact that he had flown all the way here, his 9 martial veins were basically empty. The moment he sat on the ice bed, the remaining medicinal efficacy of the 100-year 9-dragon quenching essence pill in his body was completely stimulated. Then, the surrounding spirit qi was instantly drawn over and started to madly pour into his body. Most cultivators could convert 1/10,000th of the spirit qi into their own true qi, which was already very good. Genius cultivators could only convert 1/10,000th. Only a very few monstrous cultivators could convert 100th. However, Ling Xiao could convert 100% of the spirit qi. Unfortunately, the capacity of his martial veins was limited, and so was their strength. Otherwise, if he simply absorbed the spirit qi without limit, his cultivation speed would be much faster than it was now. The spirit qi in the Thousand Ghost Forest was denser than the place he had stayed in before. Ling Xiao felt that it was more than 10 times denser. No wonder his master kept telling him to come here. Just the spirit qi alone was enough to make people go crazy. It was Ling Xiao's first time here, so he naturally absorbed the spirit qi crazily. He only stopped when his martial veins reached their limit. At this time, not only had his true qi completely recovered, but his cultivation had also advanced from the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th level to the mid-stage of the Divine Force Realm. Sure enough, the difficulty of advancing was getting higher and higher. In the past, absorbing so much spirit qi would have allowed him to advance by at least a large realm. Chapter 465. Ling Xiao had also completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the 100-year 9-dragon quenching origin pill in his body as his cultivation base had broken through. This time, he had completely absorbed it and had to find new materials to refine new elixirs. Now you understand why Master brought you out. Only battles that challenge your limits can stimulate your body and allow you to break through your limits. If you just stay in the sect, you will be like a small flower under the shade of a tree. You simply won't be able to grow. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard once again. Ling Xiao nodded. Disciple will remember Master's words. Disciple has indeed benefited greatly from the continuous battles over the past few days. In the past, most of the battles had been one-on-one or one-on-many battles in the arena. True combat experience simply couldn't be honed. However, the battles over the past few days had been completely different. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was a very complicated place. Not only did one have to face enemies, but they also had to face dire beasts that could appear at any time. Everything had to be done carefully. He opened his eyes, stood up, and began to observe the situation in the cave. Previously, he had only taken a few casual glances because he had been in a hurry to cultivate. Now that he took a closer look, the cave was actually quite beautiful. The light-absorbing array in the cave was new, so it had probably been set up by the Yuan Venerate. It seemed like someone had lived here before. However, this person's fate hadn't been too good, as Ling Xiao saw a dried corpse lying on the bed. That was a dried corpse that had already had its blood sucked dry. Perhaps it was precisely because it was dry that the corpse hadn't rotted. What exactly had happened here? Could this person have been a resident of Green Valley? Or could it have been a martialist who had mistakenly entered? That fellow was a 9th-level Transcendent Realm martialist who had his blood sucked dry. The most frightening thing was that he wasn't injured while he was alive. In other words, the person who attacked him was much stronger than him. Otherwise, It would be impossible to kill him in such a manner. The Yuan Venerate's words made Ling Xiao's hairs stand on end. It was no wonder it was rumored that only sky humans dared to explore the Thousand Ghost Forest. Martialists of other cultivation bases would definitely be courting death if they came. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, this was indeed the case. Master, why did you ask me to come to the Thousand Ghost Forest? There are two reasons. The first is to continue searching for materials to refine the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill. Before returning to the sect, you must raise your cultivation to the transcendent realm's 6th layer, which is the so-called fusion stage. At that time, even if you exhale, you will have the force of 10,000 Jin. The second reason is to investigate the secrets of the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. I forgot to tell you, but this is a level 10 mission from the Yuehua School. In other words, only Skyman realm experts are qualified to accept this mission. After you complete it, go back and do Wang Han Tianzuan a favor and ask him to help you find the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. Dragon Emperor's Protective Art. Ling Xiao did not forget that this was a defensive martial art that Master Bai Yun had taught him before he entered Yuehua School. Although it was of the same origin as the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique and the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, it was of a higher grade. Now, Ling Xiao felt that his Heavenly Dragon Golden Body seemed to have stagnated after reaching the 5th level. He suspected that the key to solving this problem was in the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. However, the problem was that he had not found this martial art in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. He had once told his master, Yuan Venerate, about this. He had not expected that his master would still remember it. As long as I get first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, I will be able to become the disciple of the Moon Lady. Wouldn't it be easier to obtain the Dragon Emperor Protective Art then? To be honest, Ling Xiao did not think that Wang Han Tianzuan would be able to obtain the Dragon Emperor Protective Art. Although Wang Han Tianzuan's status in the Yuehua School wasn't low, it was obviously inferior to the Moon Lady. Do you really think you can get first place? Yuan Venerate asked. How can I, Ling Xiao, survive if I don't even have this much confidence? Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his powerful mountain river martial soul, as well as the ancient golden dragon hidden within it. His confidence wasn't arrogance. It was based on his own strength. All right, since you feel that way, don't investigate the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts anymore. Focus on cultivating. When your cultivation reaches the 6th level transcendent realm, it should be almost time for us to return to the Yuehua School, Yuan Venerate said after some thought. Since we're here, why don't we go? Since I'm already here, how can I not do it? I might as well do some investigation. After all, I owe the Great Frost Skylord a favor. It's good enough to return a favor to her. Moreover, I don't think she would pay me a favor. She has to give me something. Ling Xiao chuckled. You little brat, you're really good at scheming. However, during your cultivation, don't forget your alchemy and alchemy skills. You'll have to refine all the pills yourself. Next, I'm going to teach you a few of the simpler methods of making secret scrolls. After you kill the ferocious beasts, you can extract the divine text and use the alchemy method to integrate it into the scrolls. Yuan Venerate chuckled. Mystic technique scrolls? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. The mystic technique scrolls that Zhang Lu and the other 2 fellows had used had really opened his eyes. Furthermore, no one in the Sky Dragon continent knew how to refine them. In other words, once Ling Xiao learned how to refine them, he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. Over the next 2 days, Ling Xiao allowed his main body to consolidate his cultivation base while creating 2 sword soul clones. One continued to cultivate the 9 Meridian Aura Sword, while the other followed the Yuan Venerate to learn how to create mystic technique scrolls. Speaking of which, the process of creating mystic technique scrolls was actually quite simple. There were 3 main types of materials. Firstly, the materials used to draw the holy text could be cloth, animal skin, tree leaves, paper, and so on. Different materials would naturally have different effects. The best materials were naturally materials with special attributes. Ling Xiao chose animal skin for this purpose. In any case, there were many dire beasts in the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts for the time being. Just killing one would be enough for a long time. Second, the divine text. This was also the most crucial material. The divine text had to be extracted from the bodies of demonic beasts, dire beasts, and other types of beasts. It could also be extracted from some plants. The might of the divine text would also differ depending on the strength and age of the beasts. Generally speaking, the characteristics of the divine text were related to the offensive capabilities of the beasts. Third, the inner core. This material wasn't essential. However, if it was paired with the inner core of a beast, it would produce a better effect. Therefore, an outstanding array formation master would definitely use it. Once he had these three materials, he could use various arrays to fuse them together and form the mystic technique scroll. During these 2 days, the Yuan Venerate didn't help. Whether it was killing dire beasts, extracting the divine text, obtaining the inner core, or even the refining process, everything was done by Ling Xiao alone. The Yuan Venerate was shocked as he watched the busy Ling Xiao. Chapter 466. This was the first time Ling Xiao had created a mystic technique scroll. Although he had created the same type of mystic technique scroll, he was able to guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the Yuan Venerate, who had been known as an exceptional genius, didn't have such an ability. Master, here are a total of 100 mortal-grade treasure tiger roar mystic technique scrolls. All of them were successful. Your disciple's talent isn't bad, right? Ling Xiao asked excitedly as he held the mystic technique scroll he had refined. Well, it's passable. The Yuan Venerate felt that he couldn't let this kid get too arrogant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he went astray in the future. The Tiger Roar Mystic Technique was a mystic technique scroll that could suddenly release a tiger roar that could cause a sound wave attack on the enemy. No matter what kind of martialist it would affect them to some extent. Of course, the lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. A mortal-grade treasure mystic technique scroll could generally affect martialists below the transcendent realm 3rd level. It could even stun the opponent for a moment if it was suddenly unleashed. Martialists with weaker cultivation and weaker bodies might even die on the spot. Alright, my injuries have already healed over the past 2 days. I also understand the method of creating the mystic technique scroll. Next, I should be looking for medicinal ingredients to refine another 100-year 9 dragon, quenching origin pill, right? Ling Xiao asked. Boom. Just as the Yuan Venerate was speaking, the entire cave suddenly shook. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate exchanged a glance before the two of them rushed out of the cave at the same time. Outside the cave, they realized that the explosion had come from quite a distance. It had probably come from a few miles away. Ling Xiao's eyesight was outstanding. He used his mountain river martial soul to take a closer look. About 6 to 7 miles away, there was actually a strange-looking 3-headed tiger. Damn, Master. What the hell is that 3-headed tiger? How can it be so powerful? I feel that it isn't just an evil beast, right? Yes, that isn't an evil beast. That fellow should be one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire, the evil beast demon king. I didn't expect that fellow's cultivation to have recovered to such a terrifying level. The Yuan Venerate's eyesight wasn't any worse than Ling Xiao's. Thus, he knew more than Ling Xiao. Evil beast demon king. Upon hearing this name, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he revealed a look of ecstasy. This time, coming to the 1,000 Ghost Forest was the right choice. Previously, he wanted to complete his 9 Devil Divine Arts. They had already replenished the Plague Demon King, and now they had encountered the Evil Beast Demon King. If this wasn't luck, then what was? However, the Evil Beast Demon King's cultivation seemed to have recovered more completely than the Plague Demon King. Master, what realm is this Evil Beast Demon King at? Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and asked. In front of such a powerful monster, Ling Xiao felt that he had no chance of resisting. Initial Yin-Yang Realm. Yuan Venerate's voice trembled. There are Yin-Yang Realm existences on the Sky Dragon continent? How could this be? The so-called Yin-Yang Realm meant that one could understand both Yin and Yang. Even if one died, they would have a way to revive. This was above the Grotto Heaven Realm. However, the strongest martialists on the Sky Dragon continent were only at the Grotto Heaven Realm. The evil beast Demon King had actually recovered to the Yin-Yang Realm. This was too frightening. If he wanted to, wouldn't he be able to destroy the entire Sky Dragon continent? However, Someone actually dares to provoke the Yin-Yang realm evil beast Demon King. This person's cultivation is probably not weak. At the very least, they should be at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Yuan Venerate analyzed. It's a woman. Master, I think I've seen this woman before. Ling Xiao frowned. Her aura is very similar to the Desperation Tower Master of the Yuehua school. Is it really her? I can't be sure, but it should be close. I think she must have accepted that level 10 mission. Who would have thought that she would encounter the Yin-Yang realm evil beast Demon King here? Ling Xiao shook his head. I'll go over and take a look. Be careful. This kind of battle between powerhouses is very frightening. The slightest mistake could result in death. Think carefully. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Don't worry, Master. Don't forget that I have a martial soul clone. He smiled and put the Yuan Venerate back into the beast ring before moving in that direction. Above the sky was a blazing sun. Frightening energy fluctuations were constantly surging in the sky. It was as if divine thunder was descending from the sky, as loud booming sounds were constantly heard. Even though he was several kilometers away, Ling Xiao could still feel his heart beating faster. He had seen many powerhouses before, but he had never seen a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse, let alone a Yin-Yang Realm powerhouse. Even Yuehua School sect master, Chang Yueying, didn't give him that much pressure. He guessed that Chang Yueying might be a top powerhouse at the Sky Realm, but she definitely hadn't reached the Grotto Heaven Realm yet. As he moved forward, Ling Xiao used all his quintessential essence on the Sky Dragon Golden Body, including his spirit power, to protect himself. At the moment, he couldn't even think about attacking anyone. If he wanted to get close to those two terrifying fellows, he first had to make sure that his body wouldn't explode from the terrifying quintessential essence fluctuations. If that person was really the Desperation Tower Master, then things would be interesting. This person had actually dared to provoke the Yin-Yang realm evil beast Demon King. Just as Yuan Venerate Master had said, the weakest cultivation base was probably at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. Furthermore, Ling Xiao speculated that she might have some other treasures on her. Otherwise, the Desperation Tower Master definitely wouldn't be a match for the evil beast Demon King, given the large gap in their cultivation base. The evil beast Demon King should have recovered much earlier than the plague Demon King, which was why he had recovered such terrifying strength. Now, the secret of the Thousand Ghost Forest had been easily solved. The martialists that had disappeared hadn't been captured by ghosts. Instead, they had become materials for the evil beast Demon King to recover his cultivation base. The evil beast Demon King was actually so cautious. He had already reached such a high cultivation base, yet he still wasn't willing to come out. Could there be something on the Sky Dragon continent that could still restrain him? Although Ling Xiao was thinking about these things, his eyes were fixed on the battle in the sky. A black light dominated almost the entire sky. That was the evil beast Demon King's quintessential essence power. There was also a small but very condensed blue light that wouldn't disperse. That should be the opponent's quintessential essence power. The black quintessential essence that approached the blue light couldn't advance any further. Ling Xiao sighed. This woman was smart. Regardless of whether she was the Desperation Tower Master or not, this was the wisest way to do things. In terms of total quintessential essence, she was obviously inferior to the evil beast Demon King. Thus, she chose not to waste her quintessential essence and condensed it around her body. In this way, her quintessential essence would have the advantage in a small area. Although the evil beast Demon King was terrifying, his quintessential essence covered the sky and spread out too much. It was better to condense it like this. Chapter 467. Goo. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of power was too shocking. He was still 3 or 4 li away from the battlefield, but he felt like an ordinary person walking in the opposite direction of a terrifying typhoon. Not only was it difficult to breathe, but it was also difficult to move an inch. This is a true master, a true martial artist. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He had always longed to become stronger, but he never had a reference point. At first, he thought that a 7th-level martial vein realm martial artist like the Ling family's old man was a true master, but it turned out that he wasn't. Later, He thought that a peak 9th level martial vein realm martial artist like Lin Zhe was a true master, but it turned out that he wasn't. Later, he met the Transcendent Realm Grandmaster Bai Yun. He thought that this was the entire world, that this was the most terrifying martial artist, but he was even more wrong. When he met He Suo, he gradually understood that the Transcendent Realm was only the beginning of the path of martial artists. The flame deity was a true master. He could cover the sky with one hand and easily take a person's life. Now, he felt that he had always been laughable. There was no upper limit to the path of martial artists. Only when you become stronger will you be able to meet more and more powerful people, and the world will become more exciting as a result. Now that he saw the battle between these two masters, he thought that there might be even more terrifying martial artists above them. The frog at the bottom of the well finally jumped out of the well. Even though it was in a bigger well, at the very least, it knew that what it saw was still not the entire sky. The profound world was very large. Northern Han was only a small vassal state of the human race's sacred dynasty, and the human race's sacred dynasty was a country on the Heavenly Dragon continent. As for the Heavenly Dragon continent, it was the weakest of the 13 continents in the profound world. Not to mention, other than the 13 continents, the profound world also had countless islands and secret realms. The profound world was very large, and there were many experts. A yin-yang realm master might not be that strong outside of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The aura of the ancient golden dragon in his body began to flow into his martial vein. His body gradually entered the form of a human dragon. In this form, although the pressure was still great, it was much easier than before. He spread his wings and sped up. When he was 1 li away from the battlefield, he finally stopped. In a battle of this level, everyone within a 1-mile radius would be affected. He didn't want to court death. Furthermore, at this distance, with the ability granted to him by the mountain and river martial spirit, he could already see the subtle movements of both sides. They could hear the slightest sounds from both sides. After finding a convenient place to escape, Ling Xiao quietly hid. He had come to watch the battle, not to fight. Therefore, the aura he released did not contain any killing intent. Furthermore, he had used the model of the mountain river martial spirit to make his aura more similar to the trees in the Thousand Ghost Forest. This way, even experts of that level would not be able to discover him. Watching the battle from such a close distance was indeed very satisfying. That kind of intuitive feeling made his blood boil. The battle between the two of them had completely exceeded the limits of existing martial arts. There were many attacks and defenses that Ling Xiao could not analyze at all. Even the mountain river martial spirit couldn't do it. From this, it could be seen that the level of the mountain river martial spirit was still too low. Ever since he knew the division of martial spirits, he vaguely felt that the mountain river martial spirit was still in the state of soul transparent. It belonged to the lowest level of the complete martial spirit state. And before this martial spirit merged with his soul, it was only a remnant soul. But interestingly, the mountain river martial spirit could accommodate the strongest martial spirits, including the first stage of the out-of-body level. This showed how terrifying it was. Moreover, the upgrade of the mountain river martial spirit was fundamentally different from other martial spirits. Every small increment of its level was divided into 10 levels. It was currently at the 9th level of the soul transparent body. In the past, the mountain river martial spirit's upgrade would increase along with the cultivation, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Ling Xiao had studied it before. The current mountain river martial spirit could be called a true martial spirit because its upgrade method was the same as most martial spirits. Basically, it could only be upgraded through the accumulation of experience through continuous battles or through medicine. Of course, for Ling Xiao, there was another way to upgrade the mountain river martial spirit, and that was devouring and fusion. This might be related to the characteristics of the mountain river martial spirit itself. When other martial spirits entered, it could make the mountain river world produce new things, and at the same time, replenish the energy for the mountain river martial spirit to upgrade. The importance of martial spirits increased the further one progressed. It was said that the Jade grade martial arts above the Gold grade were basically created according to martial spirits, so the martial spirits were more useful in battle. Although Ling Xiao couldn't confirm this matter now, he believed that it wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, the upgrade of martial spirits was still more important. Back to the main topic. Although Ling Xiao couldn't analyze the martial arts of the two people, this wasn't his purpose for watching this battle. He purely wanted to get closer to the battle of these absolute experts. At this distance, the huge body of the three-headed tiger was even more obvious. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its huge body stretched across the sky. Its feet stepped on black clouds, and it looked very powerful. Every time it breathed, the sky would tremble and the clouds would tumble. Ling Xiao didn't know if this was the original body of the evil beast Demon King, but just this huge body and terrifying strength made him dispel the idea of subduing it. He couldn't touch an expert of this level at the moment. If he didn't want to die, it was better to cultivate steadily. It wouldn't be too late to think about this when his strength was close. On the other side, although the woman's figure wasn't tall, she looked very gentle and beautiful, and her body was curvaceous and very perfect. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't particularly care about her beauty. He was more concerned about the full moon behind the woman. He had never seen or even heard of such a martial spirit before. Using the moon as a martial spirit? Was this still a human? This woman was wearing a long blue dress, which was very eye-catching. It wrapped around her perfect body, highlighting her figure. In her hand was a long sword that flickered with blue light. It was shining in all directions, and one could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. Her hair was also blue. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, as if the blue gem had been cut into thin strands. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly because the water blue true essence had completely wrapped around her. However, that dreamy and hazy feeling made people look forward to it even more. She stood thousands of meters in the air, stepping on auspicious clouds, just like a fairy. Chapter 468. The woman's ability was probably something that no one could do except for the top Grotto Heaven Realm experts. After all, Celestial Realm experts only had the knowledge to increase the distance they could glide. It was impossible for them to stand in the air. This woman was mysterious and noble, making people want to get close to and worship her. She didn't seem like a human, but an immortal. She was a god. Wasn't she the Desperation Tower's leader? Although this woman had the same aura as the Desperation Tower's leader, her temperament was completely different. The Desperation Tower's leader was a decisive woman. Her martial soul couldn't be so noble and graceful. It was probably something with a murderous aura. Who was this person? Was there such a terrifying existence in the Yuehua school? Stupid woman, you actually dared to enter the 1,000-ghost forest alone. Fine. This king needs a large amount of profound qi to recover his strength. Today, you will become the material for this king to recover his strength. Ha! In the sky, the battle between the two sides paused for a moment. It was estimated that the probing was over. Both sides knew the other's strength, so they started to play psychological warfare. Sure enough, the evil beast Demon King's words confirmed Ling Zhao's speculation. The reason why a large number of warriors disappeared in the 1,000-ghost forest was because of the evil beast Demon King. This guy had really harmed a lot of people. Shameless boasting. The woman's red lips opened slightly. Her voice was like a beautiful melody, making people feel very comfortable. She was obviously angry, but it made people feel like they were enjoying it. It was really strange. When this king was all-powerful, you weren't even born yet. How dare you say that this king is shameless boasting? The evil beast Demon King snorted coldly. Of course, this king is virtuous. I really don't want to kill a talented girl like you. How about this? As long as you bring something to this king will not only not kill you, but also promise to leave the heavenly dragon continent after this matter is done. How shameless this guy was. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't as strong as these two, he could see that the evil beast Demon King suddenly said this because he didn't have full confidence in defeating the woman in front of him. Although he was slightly stronger than the other party, at most, he could only fight. If they really fought, he didn't have any helpers. That woman might not be the case. Oh, that's not bad. But what do you want? The woman asked. Obviously, no one had the confidence to win this battle. If they could drive the evil beast Demon King out of the heavenly dragon continent, It could be considered a temporary victory. Great. This king needs at least 10 Heavenly Dipper Spirit Refining Pills to recover my cultivation. If you can get them, this king can even give you some rare cultivation materials. Have you heard of the Earth Spirit Origin Stone? Evil Beast Demon King said with a smile. Earth Spirit Ore. You actually have divine stones that can only be produced occasionally in dragon veins that are filled with spiritual energy, and you're willing to give it to me? The woman seemed a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, Master, what is this Tiangang Spirit Refining Pill? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. Good stuff. That's a yellow grade elixir. Anyway, I've never heard of any alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent that can refine it. Yuan Venerate replied, Not even Old Hall Master Yang Danlin? He can't, but I can. But you also know that it's impossible for me to refine pills with my current body. Although the Earth Spirit Origin Stone is precious, it really can't compare to a Heaven Dipper Spirit Refining Pill. Yuan Venerate shook his head. What exactly is this thing used for? Why does Evil Beast Demon King need it? The Heaven Dipper Spirit Refining Pill has two functions. One is to strengthen the physical body, and the other is to strengthen the soul. Furthermore, the effects are amazing, Yuan Venerate replied. Presumably, Evil Beast Demon King must have obtained a very good body. However, he needs the Heaven Dipper Spirit Refining Pill to perfectly fuse with it. Once he obtains this kind of elixir, he will be very powerful. It will be a disaster for the human race. I see. Ling Xiao had come into contact with the Plague Demon King before and knew how important a good body was to him. Evil Beast Demon King had not immediately attacked the Sky Dragon continent because he was afraid of the hidden experts of the Sky Dragon continent. On the other hand, it was probably because he was still unable to perfectly fuse with the body he was looking forward to. Without a perfect fusion, he would not be able to use his full cultivation. Once this fellow was able to perfectly fuse with the body, not only would his strength become even more terrifying, but his recovery speed would also increase greatly. When that happened, it would really be the end of the Sky Dragon continent and the entire mystic world. That woman probably won't agree to it. For some reason, Ling Xiao had such an intuition. Sure enough, the woman only smiled slightly, then shook her head and said, Heavenly Dipper Pill, Evil Beast Demon King, your thoughts are not bad, but it's a pity that you think too highly of yourself and others too stupid, don't you? You're not even tempted by the Earth Spirit Origin Stone? Evil Beast Demon King asked. The Earth Spirit Origin Stone is indeed precious. However, if I let you obtain the Heaven Dipper Spirit Refining Pill, I'm afraid I will also lose my life. The woman shook her head gently. Woman, I am giving you a chance to live. Since you want to die, I can only fulfill your wish. Evil Beast Demon King's 3 tiger heads said at the same time, Do you want to make a move? Do you really think that you are invincible just because your cultivation has recovered to the yin-yang realm? The woman sneered, and the moonlight behind her surged. Originally, there was only a small ball of blue light, but it instantly forced back the Evil Beast Demon King's black light. Yin-yang realm. Evil Beast Demon King's 3 tiger heads were shocked. You are actually in the yin-yang realm. How is that possible? There shouldn't be such a cultivation on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Whether it should exist or not is not up to you to decide. Evil Beast Demon King, since I have found you today, you must die unless you leave the Heavenly Dragon continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, your true demon empire brought too much pain to humans. Speaking of this, the woman's face turned cold and continued, How many families have been destroyed? How many people have been separated from their families? Such a tragedy must not be repeated. With just you? I have been living in the Thousand Ghost Forest for so long. Do you really think I have been wasting my time here? So what if you are in the yin-yang realm? You still have to die. Evil Beast Demon King laughed loudly. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? If I die because of you, I will not regret it. At this very moment, that seemingly delicate woman had a more domineering and courageous aura than a man. He raised his lily-white hand and casually waved the sword in his hand. A huge ray of light appeared in the sky. This ray of light was like a cloud in the sky. It was dozens of meters long and looked beautiful. However, it was very dangerous. No one would doubt its terrifying lethality, although it was only a ray of sword chi. Chapter 469. Humph. Yuehua school's swordsmanship is indeed powerful, but this king is not to be trifled with. Looking at the huge sword chi that pierced through the air like a blue rainbow descending, the evil beast demon king's 3 heads revealed ferocious expressions. He roared in a low voice, then opened one of his bloody mouths. A ball of black light quickly condensed, stirring up the surrounding energy. Even from a mile away, Ling Xiao could feel the blood and true essence in his body fly out of his body. The ball of light quickly grew larger and turned from black to blood red. When the energy condensed to the extreme, it instantly shot out. The terrifying energy vibrations made Ling Xiao, who was a mile away, feel the earth shake. It's too scary. Fortunately, I'm far away. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Ling Xiao was glad that he wasn't so curious and didn't go closer to watch the battle. Otherwise, just the energy condensed by the evil beast demon king just now would have sent him straight to hell. At this level of cultivation, it would probably be difficult to kill the other party. Ling Xiao had a feeling that after reaching the yin-yang realm, the battle would become extremely intense, but the probability of death would decrease. This was because every cultivator had their own life-saving skills. If one didn't have overwhelming strength or special means, it would be too difficult to kill the other party. As long as a transcendent realm cultivator's heart or head was shattered, they would basically die. It was the same for celestial realm and grotto heaven realm cultivators. The defense of the heart and head would become stronger. After reaching the yin-yang realm, any cultivator could probably regenerate from a drop of blood, not to mention a shattered heart or head. Even if only a drop of blood essence was left, they could still be resurrected. This was the terrifying part of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao could now regenerate broken limbs, but he didn't dare to try regenerating from a drop of blood. This was because he felt that the description of the heavenly dragon golden body was a bit too exaggerated. It was just a high-grade gold-grade martial art. How could it be as terrifying as regenerating from a drop of blood? There must be a price to pay. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao temporarily stopped cultivating the celestial dragon golden body. He planned to start cultivating again after he obtained the Dragon Emperor protection technique. He couldn't joke about his life. After all, the heavenly dragon golden body had been obtained from the secular world, so it definitely wouldn't be complete. There might even be a lot of missing content. Kid, don't even think about helping. You won't be able to help anyone in a battle of this level, no matter how smart you are. Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard, as he could sense Ling Xiao's concern for that woman. Master, Luo Yunyang, Luo, Luo Yunyang, Luo's voice, Luo with Luo with Luo. Ling Xiao really wanted to help that woman. After all, she was from the Yuehua sect and had a very familiar and friendly aura. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, she resembled the blue-clothed lady he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. There shouldn't be a mistake. Both sides exchanged blows once again. In the sky, a huge sword chi whizzed toward the evil beast demon king, accompanied by the sound of thunder, lightning, and wind. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the red ball in the evil beast demon king's mouth had also been spat out. The huge red ball was like a red sun in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the plants within a radius of several hundred meters withered and fell silent. A large number of dire beasts died tragically in this unexpected disaster. The red ball of blood seemed to be able to absorb the essence of all living things in the world. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao sensed danger before the two forces collided. He turned around and fled into the distance. The distance of 500 meters was still too close. When he was 3 miles away, the two types of energy finally collided in the sky. It didn't seem like two different attacks, but more like the collision of two huge meteorites. In an instant, heaven and earth shook and mountains collapsed. Boom, whoosh, crack. All sorts of sounds formed a doomsday symphony in the forest of 1,000 ghosts. Mudslides, floods, earthquakes. All sorts of natural disasters also occurred. Everything within a radius of 500 meters was destroyed. It was completely destroyed. There were no signs of life left. This was a battle between two powerhouses. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. After the two forces confronted each other in the sky, they all disappeared. Through this move, the two were actually evenly matched. However, this was only the beginning. The woman moved. The moonlight behind her radiated in all directions. In that instant, it was as if she had teleported. She easily appeared behind the evil beast Demon King. Then, the long sword in her hand pierced forward. The sword light flickered and actually pierced toward the evil beast Demon King's vital point. The evil beast Demon King's body was huge. He didn't have time to turn around, but there was no trace of panic on his three heads. It was as if everything was under his control. The sword was very fast, and the move was very simple, but the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. It wasn't inferior to the gorgeous sword chi from before at all. However, the long sword didn't stab into the evil beast Demon King's body. The three-headed tiger's tail swung and whipped toward the woman with the force of thunder. If the woman stabbed out with this sword, then she would inevitably be seriously injured. She withdrew her sword and turned around. The woman decisively chose to give up. In a battle between powerhouses, every attack needed to be extremely cautious. Because if you made the slightest mistake, the opponent could grasp your weakness and ruthlessly suppress you. Tiger roar thunder. In that instant, the evil beast Demon King turned his head and opened his mouth to roar at the woman. That sound actually condensed into a substantial true essence wave. Even Ling Xiao, who was 3 miles away, felt like thunder in his ears. His entire person was stunned for a moment, not to mention the woman who was nearby. However, the woman skillfully raised her long sword. The moonlight behind her flickered and formed a shining round shield in front of her. Moonlight shield. Generally, this kind of defensive martial skill was used to resist physical attacks. But he didn't expect that this woman's moonlight shield could even block a sound attack. That sound wave hit the shield and then scattered, not causing the woman the slightest bit of damage. However, the evil beast Demon King's attack didn't stop. Of his 3 faces, one was angry, one was happy, and one was indifferent. So, one simply couldn't tell what he was thinking. The sound wave attack was ineffective. The 3-headed tiger opened its bloody maw and bit at the woman. Kacha. Faint cracks appeared on the moonlight shield. Pala. Finally, it completely shattered. In a direct confrontation, the woman was still slightly inferior. The evil beast Demon King seized this opportunity to launch a series of attacks. Chapter 470. The woman's sword was actually burning with a strange moonfire. It was a light green flame. Although it wasn't as strong as the 12 sacred flames, it was still terrifying when used by an expert of this level. Petty tricks. The evil beast Demon King's 3rd head opened and dozens of round stones appeared in its mouth. Earth Spirit Source Stone. Yuan Venerate couldn't help but exclaim, "This evil beast Demon King is really cunning." The Earth Spirit Origin Stone can absorb any energy and convert it into pure spirit energy. This is more powerful than any spirit stone. That woman is in danger. In an instant, the Earth Spirit Source Stone had already absorbed the moonfire. The evil beast Demon King's delighted laughter echoed throughout the area. "Ha ha ha, stupid woman, you will definitely die today." Not necessarily. The woman was still as calm as before. Moonlight flickered behind her, and her figure suddenly disappeared. Lunar Shadow Technique. Her movement technique became illusory and illusory. It was actually similar to Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine technique. It was obvious that the woman's lunar shadow technique was faster and had more variations. Every movement was like teleportation and simply impossible to capture. You don't have to be too surprised. The difference between your cultivation base and theirs is too great, so it's normal that you can't see their figures. When you reach that level, you will realize that their speed seems to have slowed down. Actually, that's not the case. You've just adapted to that speed. The Yuan Venerate's master was really qualified. He was probably afraid that Ling Xiao would lose confidence after seeing this scene, so he encouraged him this way. Actually, he really didn't need to do this. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who gave up so easily. The rest of the battle basically consisted of the evil beast Demon King chasing after the woman and dodging sneak attacks. Based on this point, the woman's cultivation base was indeed inferior to the evil beast Demon King's. If this was the extent of her strength, she would definitely lose this battle. Ling Xiao's cultivation base wasn't as good as theirs, but his eyesight wasn't bad. He was very confident about this. Master, I think something isn't right, Ling Xiao said with a frown. What's not right? The Yuan Venerate asked. Although this disciple is unable to determine the true cultivation of those two, from their attacks, it is reasonable to say that they should be evenly matched. However, that woman is clearly at a disadvantage. This is not normal. Ling Xiao analyzed. I suspect that the evil beast Demon King set up some kind of formation in the Thousand Ghost Forest that affected this battle. Upon hearing this, the Yuan Venerate couldn't help but stare at his disciple in shock. This brat's analytical ability is too strong, isn't it? He can even see through this? You're right. I felt it just now. There's a super formation set up in the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. It's called the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Formation. It's on the same level as the Plague Bone Melting Formation. The Knowledge Beast Demon King's current strength is much stronger than the Plague Demon King's, so the formation setup is also more powerful. The most frightening part of the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array is that it uses the inner cores of tens of thousands of demonic beasts or dire beasts as the materials used to set up the array. Furthermore, it is set up with powerful sacred texts. The essence of any living being that enters the 1,000 Ghost Forest will be absorbed by this array without them knowing it. That can't be, Master. I don't feel anything? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Of course you don't feel anything. I discovered the existence of this array the moment I entered the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. Naturally, I made some countermeasures for you. Otherwise, do you think you would have been so relaxed? The Yuan Venerate snapped. This is too strange. No wonder the evil beast Demon King said that he set up something in the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts. It must be this 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation, right? Yes, the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation is divided into two states. Under normal circumstances, it will slowly absorb essence so that living beings won't be able to sense it. However, when it is suddenly activated during a battle, it will be terrifying. It will directly squeeze out all the living beings that are preparing for it and gather all the energy in the evil beast Demon King's body. This is why his combat strength soars. The more casualties there are, the stronger he becomes. The Yuan Venerate nodded. This won't do. That woman should be someone I know. I have to help her. Ling Xiao frowned. Master, is there a way to break this array formation? Impossible. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Even if you want to break it, it will take at least a day. I still have to do it personally. By that time, the battle between them will be over. Let me try. Ling Xiao didn't know if he could help that woman. However, since they were from the same sect and acquaintances, there was no reason for him to just stand by and watch. After all, he wasn't going to participate in the battle. He was just trying to break the array formation. Even I can't do it. How can you? Sigh. Forget it. Do it if you like. The Yuan Venerate originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this kid often had amazing performances. This time, he might be able to give him a huge surprise. Thus, it didn't seem inappropriate to let this kid try. The battle in the sky was still ongoing. The evil beast Demon King was getting stronger and stronger because he was using the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat that woman in a short period of time. After all, that woman's movement technique was too mysterious. Coupled with her extremely sharp swordsmanship, she really wasn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao quietly activated his mountain and river martial soul. Two universes seemed to appear in his eyes that were constantly revolving. Strange inscriptions were flickering in his eyes. Although the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array was terrifying, It was still an array formation on the same level as the plague bone-dissolving array. It was true that the evil beast demon king knew how to set up formations. It was just a pity that he was not some array formation master. Although this myriad beast blood refining formation was still passable, in Ling Xiao's view, it was simply full of loopholes, too horrible to endure. In order to allow the array formation to envelop the entire Thousand Ghost Forest, this fellow didn't hesitate to use some inferior materials, causing the entire array formation to become extremely unstable. Of course, even so, it was still a very good array formation. Even an array formation master like a Yuan Venerate would need at least a day to break it. However, Ling Xiao was an exception. The mountain and river martial soul was definitely more terrifying than a Yuan Venerate's. In addition, Ling Xiao had strong comprehension abilities. 2 hours later, a smile appeared on his face. I have found the method to break the array formation. However, Master, I will have to trouble you to lend me some power. It will be very difficult for me to break this array formation by myself, even if I find the method. Ling Xiao told the Yuan Venerate. That's not a problem. You are my disciple after all. The Yuan Venerate was straightforward. Actually, he also wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to break the array formation. All right, Master, you don't have to worry about anything else later. You just have to keep pouring quintessential essence into this array formation stone. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao said. All right. After the discussion, Ling Xiao began to break the array formation. The Yuan Venerate started to pour quintessential essence into the array formation stone. As the saying went, 1,000-mile dikes could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Chapter 471. Once the key flaw was found, the rest of the process wouldn't be so complicated. The novel, Ling Xiao had already found the key flaw. As long as he used the Yuan Venerate's powerful true origin to break it, the 1,000 beast blood refining array would quickly collapse. While waiting, he looked up at the sky. The battle was still going on. Many wounds had appeared on the woman's body and were getting more and more obvious. Although the evil beast demon lord also had some wounds on his body, he relied on the replenishment of the 1,000 beast blood refining array to heal his wounds and replenish his true origin. Thus, he simply didn't care. It's time. The evil beast demon lord kept consuming the woman's true origin. When he sensed that the woman's speed was getting slower and the glow of her martial soul was getting dimmer, he knew that his chance had come. He would kill this woman in one fell swoop and escape from this place. This was his plan. After this battle, the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts would probably become the target of all the martialists of the Sky Dragon continent. He simply couldn't stay there any longer. The evil beast demon lord became even more cautious after seeing the woman's cultivation base. If the Yuehua school, the weakest of the 12 sects, had a yin-yang powerhouse, then who could guarantee that the other sects didn't have such powerhouses? This time, he had used the 1,000 beast blood refining array to gain the upper hand. He wouldn't be so lucky next time. Master, we have to speed up. Otherwise, that woman will die. Ling Xiao could sense that the evil beast demon lord had been keeping a trump card hidden. He had been waiting for the moment when the woman was at her weakest. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he would naturally use his ultimate killing move. Unless the woman had something else to rely on, she would really be in danger. Don't rush me. It's not easy for your master to preserve some true origin in his current body. Wait a moment. The Yuan Venerate muttered but still sped up. After all, he knew very well that given his current strength, he definitely wasn't a match for the evil beast demon lord. If that woman died, both he and Ling Xiao would die. Given the evil beast demon lord's character, there was no doubt that he definitely wouldn't let them off. The array refining stone was constantly accumulating energy and emitting a glaring light. In the sky, the black light on the evil beast demon lord's body became even more dazzling. Powerful energy constantly surging forth, turning the entire sky black. It was clearly daytime, but the entire world seemed to have sunk into complete darkness. To be able to force me to use this move, you should be satisfied even if you die. The evil beast demon king's huge head swung back and forth, his voice as loud as a clap of thunder. The woman didn't say anything. She just looked at the evil beast demon king warily. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that there was a terrifying energy accumulating in this woman's body. However, this energy was too strong. This was definitely a move that would cause both of them to perish together. He could roughly understand this woman's thoughts. Since she couldn't defeat him, she might as well take him down with her. Such a person was truly admirable. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. She was definitely not inferior to men. Suddenly, the black light that filled the sky disappeared, and what appeared was a black spear that was suspended in midair. On the long spear, the roars and howls of wild beasts were constantly emitted. This spear was actually condensed from the souls of countless demon beasts, vicious beasts, and even evil beasts. Combined with the true essence of the evil beast demon king, it exuded an incomparably evil aura and a powerful pressure. Success! The Yuan Venerate shouted at the same time. Ling Xiao no longer cared about the battle in the sky. Instead, he took the alchemy stone from the Yuan Venerate, spread his wings, and accelerated in a certain direction. In the sky, the black spear kept trembling. The face of the woman opposite him revealed a bit of worry and also a bit of determination. Ha ha ha. Not only will this all-evil beast soul spear kill you, but it will also suck away all the essence energy in your body. I really want to see what you look like when you turn into a dried husk. Ha ha ha. You will definitely be very cute. The evil beast demon king laughed maniacally. The outcome had been decided, so he had nothing to worry about. As for the ant on the ground, he simply didn't care. It was just an ant. Was there a need for him to care? Every day when he walked, he would accidentally step on a lot of ants. Go. At the same time that Ling Xiao threw the array refining stone into the hole, the black spear in the sky also shot out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the woman. This speed was like teleportation, so it was simply impossible to guard against. All evil beast soul spear. Obliterate it. The evil beast demon king's roar reverberated across the sky like a sudden clap of thunder. Ling Xiao could only turn around and run for his life. However, he had a smug look on his face. The ant that the evil beast demon king looked down on might actually become the key to this battle. The woman wasn't willing to sit still and wait for her death when she saw the black spear coming. She chose to counterattack. The energy that had been accumulating for a long time was released. Moonlight sword art, luminous moon ascending sky. A luminous moon appeared out of thin air. In the bright moon, countless swords flew out like locusts, densely packed and blotting out the sun. The sky, which had already brightened up, turned dark once again. Piak, 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 piak. Continuous sounds of collisions were heard. The sword lights shot out of the full moon continuously struck the black spear in an attempt to block it. The whistling sounds brought about by the sword lights had already formed gusts of wind. However, there was nothing they could do. The black spear was simply too terrifying. It was constantly being hit, but its speed had only slowed down a little, and its light had dimmed a little. Piercing through the rain of swords, the black spear swept through everything before it ruthlessly stabbed into the moon shield and protective true essence in front of the woman. Then, it pierced through the woman's body. Poochie. Bright red blood fell from the sky, exceptionally beautiful. At that moment, the evil beast demon king let down his guard. Because the all-evil beast soul spear had pierced through the woman's essence was constantly being absorbed by the spear. His victory was already decided. It was this moment of relaxation that caused him to pay a heavy price. Bang! The all-beast blood refining array exploded. The evil beast demon king used his soul to control this array. Once the all-evil blood refining array was destroyed, he would naturally be heavily wounded. Just at this fleeting moment, the woman seized this opportunity. Moonlight sword art, falling moon strike. Her entire body fused into the resplendent moonlight. It was as if she had turned into a sword. It was as if she had turned into moonlight. She charged straight at the evil beast demon king. The moment this attack was unleashed, the evil beast demon king's face actually revealed a terrified expression. All three heads had the same expression. Boom. Crack. The attack was too fast. The evil beast demon king hurriedly dodged, but he was still stabbed by the sword. 2 of his heads were completely destroyed, and most of his body was also completely destroyed. Roar! An ear-piercing howl resounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a black light and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 472. On the other side, the woman's body also rapidly fell from the sky. The novel, Love of the Last Attack had been launched while the all-evil beast soul spear was in her body. This woman was simply a lunatic. However, she had succeeded. Whoosh! Ling Xiao sped up and flew over, hugged the woman in his arms, and then quickly disappeared into the horizon. The evil beast Demon King wasn't the only danger in the Thousand Ghost Forest. While the evil beast Demon King and the woman had been fighting, there had been many powerful evil beasts waiting for a delicious meal in the surroundings. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't a match for these evil beasts, so he could only escape. Although evil beasts were beasts of the same grade as spirit beasts, they were exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Master, can this woman still be saved? She had been looking for an opportunity to perish together with her last attack. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. She won't die, but we have to quickly find a way to get rid of the all-evil beast soul spear. Otherwise, this woman will be sucked dry sooner or later, Yuan Venerate replied. Yuan Venerate replied. Speaking of which, she was lucky to have met the 2 of us. Otherwise, she would have been dead. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the woman could still be saved. If this woman had died, wouldn't he have offended the evil beast Demon King for nothing? The Cloud Dragon Divine Travel might not be as fast as those evil beasts, but it had the effect of an illusion array. Those beasts simply couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao. After a few twists and turns, those beasts were completely left behind. After returning to the cave, Ling Xiao gently placed the beautiful woman in his arms on the soft bedding. In any case, this kind of thing was nothing to martialists with storage rings, let alone martialists with the Mountain River realm. The woman's face was pale and her eyes were tightly shut. She had already entered a state of deep unconsciousness. Although the black all-evil beast soul spear's power had obviously decreased a lot because the all-evil beast blood refining array had been broken, it still continued to draw blood from the woman's body. See no evil, see no evil. In any case, Ling Xiao was still a 14-year-old youth. Seeing a fairy-like beauty lying there, he could not help but feel a sense of charm and gentleness. Now that he thought about it, the feeling when he hugged the woman just now was really not bad. Her skin was as delicate as white jade, tender and smooth like silk. That kind of touch was truly wonderful. However, Ling Xiao was not someone who would take advantage of others when they were down. Even if he had such thoughts, it was not difficult for him to suppress them with the heart of a cultivator. Her beauty was unparalleled. There was no doubt about it. Her beauty surpassed Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and any other woman Ling Xiao had seen before. The most peculiar thing was that this woman naturally emanated the aura of an otherworldly celestial maiden, and she wasn't tainted by the aura of the mortal world in the slightest. Using the words ice skin jade bone clear without sweat to describe her was a bit inadequate. However, after Ling Xiao experienced the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. This woman was indeed the one he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Now that he was closer, his appearance could be seen clearly. Master, how should I deal with this all-evil beast soul spear? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. Master. However, the Yuan Venerate did not make any sound. Ling Xiao suddenly recalled that the Yuan Venerate had helped him break the 1,000 beast blood refining array by using a large amount of true origin energy. His master was probably too tired and would probably have to rest for a long time. He would have to deal with the rest himself. Ling Xiao activated his Mountain River martial soul and stared at the black all-evil beast soul spear. No matter what it was, as long as he could analyze it clearly, he should be able to deal with it. The all-evil beast soul spear was extremely evil and had to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, even if this woman survived, her cultivation would be crippled. Ling Xiao couldn't help but blush when he saw that the woman's clothes were slightly tattered around her wound. After all, he was only a 14-year-old youth who had never really thought about the matters between a man and a woman. Calm down. Ling Xiao circulated his true origin energy and tried to keep himself calm. Soon, he focused all his attention on the black spear. However, just as he used his mountain river martial soul to analyze the weakness of the black spear and find a way to break it, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with shock and embarrassment as she looked at Ling Xiao reproachfully. She was probably thinking, "Why is a kid like you staring at that part of a woman's body? It's even better that you're awake." Ling Xiao did not panic because of the woman's gaze. Instead, he glanced at the woman and said, "I'm going to help you get rid of this all-evil beast soul spear. I need your cooperation. Don't resist or get angry. Otherwise, even the Daluo immortals won't be able to save you." The woman was stunned. She had never expected that someone would actually dare to order her around in such a domineering manner after so many years. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and disperse all the true origin energy from your wound. Don't leave a single trace behind. Otherwise, I won't succeed." Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. He was serious and domineering. "Little guy, we meet again. However, you seem to have made some achievements now. Your personality has become domineering." The woman smiled bitterly. "You still remember me?" Ling Xiao was surprised. He had only met the woman in blue once. He remembered her because she was powerful. However, she had no reason to remember him. "Yes, I remember that little fool. He dared to provoke a Class 8 peak demonic beast with such little strength." The woman smiled. "Cough, cough. Don't talk about me, Moon Maiden. This is urgent. If we don't get rid of the all-evil beast soul spear, you'll be in danger." Ling Xiao coughed and said, "Moreover, I didn't provoke it. Who knew that it would run to the edge of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range?" That's right. This woman was the woman in blue from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. She was also his future master, the Moon Maiden. It was a strange fate. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that he would save the Moon Lady in this place. "Disperse your true origin energy. Even an ordinary person can kill me easily." The Moon Maiden smiled. "You don't trust me?" Ling Xiao asked. "No. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have saved me. Let's begin." The Moon Maiden smiled and followed Ling Xiao's instructions to disperse the true origin energy from her wound. At this moment, she was completely defenseless. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, it would be a piece of cake. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't do that. She was his future master. If he saved her, he would definitely get a lot of benefits. What's more, it would be a pity if such a fairy-like woman was turned into a dried husk like this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and placed one hand on the Moon Maiden's chest. He didn't have any other thoughts in his mind. Chapter 473. Ling Xiao remained calm, but the Moon Lady's body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She hadn't allowed any man to touch her body for over 10,000 years, but this time, this little brat actually took advantage of her. However, looking at the little brat's clear eyes, she felt that she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. As Ling Xiao circulated his true qi, the black spear began to slowly flow into his body through his arm. "You won't hurt yourself doing this, right?" The Moon Lady couldn't help but ask. "Your Highness, Moon Lady, you think too highly of me. I'm not that kind of noble person. I really can't do something like sacrificing myself for others." Ling Xiao said indifferently before turning his attention back to the black spear. This little brat was just a little bit arrogant. In fact, in order to save his benefactor, what did it matter if he was injured? He clearly remembered the kindness of saving his life in the dragon-subduing mountain range and helping him in the Yuehua School's main hall. However, the problem was that even if he wanted to be injured, it wouldn't be so easy. The mountain river martial spirit was too powerful. The black spear slowly disappeared on one side and reappeared in the mountain river world on the other. Before, Ling Xiao couldn't sense how powerful this spear was, but now he could. This thing was too terrifying. Even if it was damaged by the 10,000 beast blood refining array, it still had about 10 to 20% of its original power. It probably wouldn't have a problem killing a peak 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator with a single strike. It could even seriously injure an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. It was a pity that this thing could only be used once, otherwise, it would have been great. It seems that my vision is quite good. Boy, you are indeed talented. It seems that there are many secrets in your body. The Moon Lady said with a smile. Your Highness, Moon Lady, I can't believe you can still smile. Although the 10,000 evil beast soul spear has been dispelled, its sealing effect is still there. I'm afraid you won't be able to fight for a long time. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. People should always be a little more optimistic. No matter what, I've already seriously injured that evil beast Demon King. I believe he won't be able to stir up any trouble in a short period of time. This is all thanks to you. It was you who broke the myriad beast blood refining formation, right? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Master Yuan, venerate, and I joined hands. Ling Xiao had no reason to hide this. The Moon Lady definitely knew about Yuan venerates, so it wouldn't be good to hide it. Where's your master? The old man has already fallen into a deep sleep because of the large amount of Zhen Yuan he used. He probably won't wake up for a long time. Ling Xiao sighed. I owe him a favor. I'll pay him back. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, Come on, help me treat my wounds. I'm so badly injured that I can't even move. Ling Xiao glanced at the Moon Maiden and said, Your Highness, are you sure you want to do that? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. You're just a child. Why do you have so many rules? You should be more generous. Besides, there are only the two of us here. Don't tell me you want to watch me bleed to death. Wouldn't that be too unfair? Although the Moon Maiden looked like a fairy, she had an extremely friendly personality. Ling Xiao felt that she was the most approachable person in the entire Yuehua school. She was like a friend to him. All right then. If the woman didn't mind, why would a man like him mind? Ling Xiao didn't hesitate any longer. He took out some healing medicine from his storage ring and fed one to the Moon Maiden. Then, he tore off the Moon Maiden's clothes and applied the best healing medicine he had gotten from young Danlin on her wounds. Of course, this definitely wasn't enough. Ling Xiao sat in a lotus position behind the Moon Maiden. Behind him, a snow-white flying dragon flapped its wings. It was a fairy dragon. This was Fairy Linglong's dragon-type martial soul. Furthermore, it was an out-of-aperture martial soul. The reason why Fairy Linglong had the ability to heal was because of this fairy dragon soul. When Ling Xiao was recuperating, he didn't pay attention to this martial soul. The main reason was that he didn't have the time back then. However, things were different now. In order to heal the Moon Maiden, the fairy dragon soul had to appear on stage. Oh? You actually have such a rare martial soul. That's rare. The Moon Maiden was a little surprised. I snatched it, Ling Xiao said calmly. Just as your highness said, my physique is a little special. I can use other people's martial souls. Fairy Linglong from the Sha Castle tried to kill me, but I killed her. Her martial soul became mine. A smart person would never lie in front of a person who was much stronger, more experienced, and definitely not stupid. Moreover, this wasn't a bad thing for Ling Xiao. You're decisive in killing. Not bad. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, As long as you don't kill the innocent, it's fine. Although there's no such thing as good or evil in the Heavenly Dragon continent, it's best to do as little evil as possible. Otherwise, you'll really fall into the 18 levels of hell after you die. Your Highness, you actually believe in this? Is there really a hell in this world? Is there really 18 levels of hell? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. There is. You'll understand when you reach the Grotto Heaven realm. This mystic world is really interesting. If you don't reach that level, you'll never know how interesting it is. The Moon Maiden smiled. Ling Xiao could still divert his attention to chat while healing the Moon Maiden. This was because he often used his avatars to cultivate. Of course, it had a lot to do with his ability to multitask. The Fairy Dragon Martial Soul's fighting ability wasn't outstanding, but its healing ability was perfect. Of course, even though its fighting ability wasn't outstanding, it was still very terrifying. If anyone dared to underestimate it, they wouldn't be far from death. Ling Xiao didn't find it that easy to control the Fairy Dragon Soul at first, but as time passed, he gradually became able to synchronize with his soul. The Fairy Dragon Soul had two forms. The dragon form was good at fighting. The fairy form was good at healing. The fairy dragon currently maintained its fairy form. It was a beautiful woman with beautiful wings emitting white light on her back. If such a martial soul was taken out, many girls would go crazy over it. Kid, this martial soul of yours is more suitable for girls. Why don't I give you another martial soul? It's a subdragon martial soul. You won't be at a disadvantage. The Moon Maiden could feel her body gradually recovering, but the seal within her body was still stubbornly stubborn. However, she was an optimistic person, so she didn't care too much about it. Instead, she was concerned about whether her future disciple would be seen as too feminine with this martial soul. Chapter 474. Ling Xiao stopped healing her and chuckled. Your Highness, I will think of a way to get rid of the restraining power in your body. However, I will need some materials. Of course, you can also think of a way yourself. Unravel, lad, you are really cunning. Never mind. I will give you a subdragon martial soul as a gift when you successfully break through the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moon Lady chuckled. That's too stingy. You will become my master by then. Don't tell me you want to give me a subdragon martial soul as a greeting gift? Ling Xiao chuckled. He had basically figured out the Moon Lady's temperament and character. Although this woman wasn't young, she was no different from a 16 or 17-year-old girl in many aspects. She was equally beautiful and full of enthusiasm. Quiet as a virgin, quick as a rabbit. These words were really suitable to describe her. When she stood there quietly, she was as noble and mysterious as a fairy. Once she became lively, she was similar to a girl next door. Don't worry, the subdragon martial soul is only one of the benefits. Once you become my disciple, there will naturally be many more benefits. Then I can rest assured. Your Highness, please rest here. There is an array formation outside the cave. Those stupid dire beasts and evil beasts won't be able to discover you at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao left the cave. He felt that he needed to remove the Moon Lady's restraints because he wanted to integrate the evil Beast Demon King into the 9-demon divine art. Even if the evil Beast Demon King was seriously injured, he still wouldn't be able to defeat it without the help of the Moon Lady. Therefore, the Moon Lady was the key to his success. Although there were still many dire beasts lingering outside the cave, the evil beasts were nowhere to be seen. They probably hadn't been able to find Ling Xiao and lost track of the Moon Lady. Thus, they had returned to their own caves to cultivate. Evil beasts were equivalent to sky humans, so they wouldn't waste time chasing after their prey. The dire beasts were naturally the coolies they had sent out. Good disciple, I think you shouldn't take that girl as your master. Just let her be your woman. Wouldn't that be better? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. Master, weren't you asleep? How could this be? Ling Xiao had really thought that the Yuan Venerate had fallen asleep. He had not expected that the Yuan Venerate would suddenly speak, which gave him a fright. Yes, I did fall asleep. However, I felt that there were a few things that I should make clear to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest properly, so I woke up again. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. She is a yin-yang martialist. If she becomes your woman, who will you be afraid of? The entire Yuehua school will be yours. Master, are you serious? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Sometimes, this master of his was simply too disrespectful. Master is very serious. Yes, to be honest, I've also had the same thoughts as you. In any case, I don't have a woman. It's just that the difference in strength between the two of us is too great. I'm afraid that such thoughts won't bring me any benefits. Instead, it will bring me a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Furthermore, one's own strength is the key. If I keep relying on others to protect me, wouldn't I be like a baby in swaddling clothes? How could I possibly grow up? That's true. In any case, you can make your own decision. If it really doesn't work out, you can also acknowledge her as your master. After all, her cultivation is so strong. She won't leave you in the lurch. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before saying, Forget it. Just take it that I'm worried for nothing. Go about your business. I really have to go back and continue sleeping. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate entered the beast ring again. Ling Xiao sorted out his somewhat chaotic thoughts and quietly sneaked into the Thousand Ghost Forest. The confinement in the Moon Maiden's body was mainly caused by the evil beast Demon King's spirit power being too strong. Ling Xiao thought of a way to slowly dispel this powerful spirit power. However, he needed some medicinal herbs. Fortunately, very few people entered the Thousand Ghost Forest, so there were many rare medicinal herbs there. Ling Xiao avoided the eyes and ears of those ferocious beasts and quickly collected the medicinal herbs he needed before returning to the cave. As soon as he arrived at the cave, he saw the Moon Maiden lying on the soft bedding in boredom. Her hands were supporting her cheeks while her legs were swaying rhythmically behind her. She really looked like a naive little girl. She smiled excitedly when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately got up and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. "You're back. I was so bored staying here alone." Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. What the hell was this? Was she still the otherworldly fairy he had seen before? She was just a cute and lively little girl. "Your Highness, Moon Maiden." "Don't call me Your Highness. It sounds too distant. Just call me Moon Maiden." "All right, Moon Maiden. Yes, I have already collected some necessary medicinal herbs. I will remove the confinement of the evil beast Demon King's spirit in the next few days." Seeing the Moon Maiden's lively appearance, Ling Xiao knew that her external injuries should be fine. After all, she was a yin-yang realm expert. Her recovery ability was heaven-defying. "How long will it take?" the Moon Maiden asked. "About 3 to 4 days. You will need to soak your body in the medicinal liquid I concoct every day. Then, I will use a special method to absorb the evil beast Demon King's soul power from your body. This way, you will be able to break free from the confinement and regain your strength." Ling Xiao replied, "It's much faster than doing it myself." The Moon Maiden revealed a surprised expression. In reality, she had not been idle. She had been thinking about how to remove the confinement with her own efforts. However, no matter how she thought about it, it would take at least 10 days. There was no time at all. The pagoda ascension ceremony was coming soon. She had to be present. After all, she was the only one who could control the Moonlight Pagoda. "Don't look at me like this. I am an alchemist, after all. I am very knowledgeable when it comes to alchemy and alchemy. Have you not heard of me?" Ling Xiao asked as he threw the medicinal herbs into the bathtub. The bathtub was naturally a must-have item in the storage ring. If one needed to take a bath while traveling, it would be much more convenient to have a bathtub. "I really haven't heard of you. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" The Moon Maiden shook her head, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the beautiful woman whose cultivation was much higher than his and could not help but sigh. He could actually chat with an expert of this level. This could be considered a magnificent feat if he told the people in the sect. No one would believe him. "Sigh, I thought I was famous." Ling Xiao pretended to sigh in disappointment. Then, he asked, "Moon Maiden, once your confinement is removed, are you still going to hunt down the evil beast Demon King?" This was actually what Ling Xiao wanted to know the most. In fact, he also wanted the Moon Maiden to give an affirmative answer. This was because his 9-demon divine art required the soul of the evil beast Demon King. Chapter 475. Of course, although he's heavily injured, he's still a yin-yang realm expert. It won't take long for him to recover. We have to kill him before he fully recovers. Novel, La. The Moon Maiden suddenly became serious. She no longer had the girl next door vibe. She once again acted like an unfathomable fairy. Yes, the evil beast Demon King has harmed many cultivators in the Thousand Ghost Forest over the past 10,000 years. If he doesn't die, the heavenly dragon continent won't be peaceful. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Moreover, that guy is so powerful. If we don't kill him while he's down, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future." "That's true. Even if I used the strongest move of the Moonlight Sword Art, Falling Moon Strike, I still couldn't kill him. Moreover, it's all thanks to you breaking his myriad beast blood refining array. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome." The Moon Maiden was clearly a relatively calm person. She was aware of the gap between her and her opponent, so she wouldn't be arrogant. This was something that Ling Xiao rather admired. If a person couldn't even figure out their own worth, then how could they talk about dominating the profound world? He was probably going to be killed soon. All right, the medicinal liquid is ready. Moon Maiden, you soak in it. I'll go out and protect you, Ling Xiao said with a smile as he filled the tub with warm water. There's no need to go out. Just stay inside and cultivate. The Moon Maiden knew very well that Ling Xiao wanted to go out mainly because he felt there was a difference between men and women. However, danger lurked everywhere outside the cave. She couldn't take someone else's place and let him take the risk. As long as she turned her back and kept a distance, it would be fine. Fine. Ling Xiao knew that the Moon Maiden wasn't a pedantic person, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He walked out of the cave and sat down cross-legged to cultivate when he was a distance away. The relationship between people really needed to be nurtured. For the past 3 days, Ling Xiao had been taking care of the Moon Lady. He had concocted medicine for her and helped her expel the remnant soul energy of the evil beast demon king from her body. This had made their relationship very close. The Moon Lady, who was very approachable, was now like an old friend to Ling Xiao. Sometimes, she would even pat Ling Xiao on the shoulder and make some intimate gestures. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the Moon Maiden didn't mean anything else. She just didn't care about the difference between men and women. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable. This was the problem of having a lower cultivation base than others, because you didn't know if the other party's attitude would suddenly change. You had to be on guard at all times. His relationship with the Moon Lady was far less intimate than his relationship with Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum. Of course, compared to most people, their relationship was naturally much better. In front of the Moon Lady, Ling Xiao didn't have to be as respectful as he was to Wang Han Tianzuan, Yuehua School's sect master Chang Yueying, and Desperation Tower's tower master. He could communicate with the Moon Lady as if they were peers. The shackles in your body have basically been removed. You still need to soak in the medicine one last time. I'll go pick the herbs. Let me go. You're too weak. Evil beasts run rampant in this 1,000-ghost forest. You can't beat a single one. The Moon Lady stood up and said, Listen to me. Your shackles are almost completely removed. If you rashly use your true qi now, everything will be wasted. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left. Listen to him? He actually wants me to listen to him? The Moon Lady stood there and couldn't help but be stunned. Did this brat make a mistake? A transcendent realm cultivator actually wants me, a yin-yang realm cultivator, to listen to him? After a while, her dull expression suddenly turned into a smile. This little guy is quite interesting. When I woke up, Fairy was no longer by my side. No one cared about me anymore. Those Yuehua School's higher-ups only had awe and greed for me. It's impossible for them to care about me like this. This little guy is an exception. Her smile at that moment was truly peerless. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't see it, otherwise, he would definitely be moved. No, it's been almost 3 days. It's impossible that the evil beast demon king hasn't made a move yet. I have to go out and take a look. Although the shackles hadn't been completely removed, the Moon Lady's strength at this time was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. She was really worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so she decided to go out and take a look. As soon as she came out of the cave, she suddenly heard a beast roar in the distance. Her expression changed drastically. Judging from the sound, it was at least a Class 9 vicious beast. With Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't resist it at all. She became even more anxious and tried to use Lunar Shadow Divine Travel to leave, but she was blocked by the cave's array. Damn it! If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I'll definitely turn the 1,000-ghost forest into ruins. I'll kill all the beasts here. She was about to use a powerful martial skill to directly break the cave's array when she saw an afterimage rushing over from afar. It was Ling Xiao. The Moon Lady's face lit up with joy. She never thought that she would care so much for a little brat. But at this moment, she couldn't control her emotions at all. It was the truest expression of her heart. Are you okay, Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady asked anxiously. I'm fine. It's just a vicious beast. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, I've already gathered the herbs. I'll make the medicinal liquid for you now. This is the last time. After using it, you should be completely fine. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, the Moon Lady was a little confused. Ling Xiao really didn't look like he was injured now. She heaved a sigh of relief and didn't say anything else. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao began to make the medicinal liquid. This kind of medicinal liquid couldn't be made by just anyone. The amount of herbs used had to be particular. A small difference could lead to a huge difference. It could even be made into something completely different. So he had to do it himself. After about 5 to 6 minutes, Ling Xiao held the bathtub and said with a smile, "Okay, you can start soaking. I'm going to cultivate." "Thank you." The Moon Lady was a little upset. She really didn't know how to face this kid in the future. Could she really take this kid as her disciple? She smiled bitterly and took off her outer clothes. Just as she was about to soak in the bathtub, she suddenly heard a plop sound. She hurriedly turned her head. Ling Xiao was already lying on the ground. Wisps of black gas were emitting from his body. "Ling Xiao," the Moon Lady screamed. She casually wrapped her clothes around her body and rushed over to help Ling Xiao up. The place where the black gas came from was Ling Xiao's back. The Moon Lady directly tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes and checked. Only then did she realize that there was a claw mark on Ling Xiao's back. There were a total of 5 claw marks, all of which were emitting black gas. "You idiot, you're already injured to this extent, and you're still saying that you're fine." The Moon Lady was so anxious that she was about to cry. The disappearance of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden left her alone for tens of thousands of years. Now that she finally met someone who could chat like a friend, he was injured to this extent. She swore that she would never let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Chapter 476. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. The Moon Maiden pressed her jade-like hand on Ling Xiao's back. The black gas began to be drawn out of Ling Xiao's body and into the Moon Maiden's body. In a daze, Ling Xiao felt as if he was soaking in a warm medicinal liquid. His body felt very comfortable. He remembered that he encountered a level 9 vicious beast when he was picking herbs. Moreover, that fellow was a demon general under the evil beast Demon King. In the end, he was viciously clawed during the battle. He felt that he had the heavenly dragon golden body, so there shouldn't be a problem. He was afraid that the Moon Maiden would be worried about this, so he simply changed his clothes. However, who knew that the evil aura in the claw couldn't be expelled even by the heavenly dragon golden body? He could only rely on his mountain river martial soul to absorb it. He didn't even have time to heal himself before he fainted. He opened his eyes and took a look. He was indeed soaking in a bathtub. His clothes had been taken off, and there was new water in the bathtub. Moreover, he was soaked in some special medicinal liquid. "No way, Moon Maiden. Did you do all this?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "You know how to do this?" "Nonsense. Back when I was fighting with the Moonlight Goddess, I did many similar things. It's only in the recent tens of thousands of years that I basically abandoned it. I feel that my skills have regressed a little." As she spoke, the Moon Maiden's pretty face actually blushed a little. She was obviously shy. "Moonlight Goddess. Isn't that the founder of the Yuehua school? Sister, don't tell me you've lived for more than 100,000 years?" Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden in surprise and asked, "Why? Do you think I'm old? Although it's more than 100,000 years, I actually slept for nearly 90,000 years. Sigh, I don't know where the goddess went." The Moon Maiden sighed and said, "Ahem, let's not talk about sad things. You didn't have time to soak in the medicinal liquid, right? I'm fine now. Your recovery is the key." Ling Xiao could tell that the Moon Maiden wasn't in a good mood at the mention of the Moonlight Fairy, so he changed the topic. "I've already soaked in it. Don't tell me you don't know that you've been unconscious for a day and a night?" The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. "No way." Ling Xiao thought that he had only been unconscious for a short while. "Oh my god, doesn't that mean you just soaked in this bathtub? No wonder it smells so good. Stinking brat, what nonsense are you thinking? Do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart?" The Moon Maiden snapped. However, what was interesting was that after Ling Xiao's antics, her mood seemed to have improved a lot. "By the way, Moon Maiden, I've almost recovered from my injuries. Since you've removed the shackles, you should be looking for the evil beast Demon King, right?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Yes." The Moon Maiden nodded and said, "This is part of the plan. But in my opinion, since the evil beast Demon King knows about formations, he must have set up a formation where he's hiding to recuperate. I'm afraid you can't do it alone, right?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You want to go with me? The Moon Maiden asked. That's right. Although I can't help you much in battle, you're not as good as me in deciphering formations. Moreover, I also want to get some Earth Spirit Origin stones. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. The Pagoda Ascension ceremony is about to begin. I have to hurry. Otherwise, I won't be able to get first place. If you don't accept me as your disciple, wouldn't that be terrible? You can go, but you have to listen to my arrangements. The Moon Maiden said after pondering for a moment. No problem. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly because he knew that the Moon Maiden wouldn't harm him. This woman wasn't the kind of person who would harm others. In some aspects, this woman was too naive. To put it bluntly, if Ling Xiao really wanted to deceive her, he could definitely fool her. That's good. Keep this with you. It can block 3 fatal attacks for you. If you encounter any danger, try to escape. Don't force it. The Moon Maiden put a pendant around Ling Xiao's neck. The pendant had a silver chain on top and a crescent-shaped gem at the bottom. Ling Xiao didn't know what it was exactly. However, he felt that it should be some kind of defensive artifact. Moreover, its level wasn't low. After all, it was given by the Moon Maiden. It definitely wouldn't be bad. Then I'll accept it. Ling Xiao was also afraid of death. Since he wanted to be foolproof, this was a must. Therefore, he didn't have to be polite. All right. Hurry up and recuperate. When you're fully recovered, we'll set off. I need to rest too. The Moon Maiden smiled and sat not far away from Ling Xiao's bathtub. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden. He really wanted to tell her his real purpose, but he was afraid that the Moon Maiden would object. After thinking about it, he decided not to. He closed his eyes and felt the energy from the medicinal liquid. Together with the self-healing ability of the heavenly dragon golden body, he began to speed up his recovery. After a long time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. However, he realized that the Moon Maiden was gone. Beside the bathtub, his clothes were neatly folded. He put on the clothes and saw a note on the bedding. There was a paragraph written on it. Ling Xiao, thank you for taking care of me all this time. However, the more you do this, the more I can't let you take the risk with me. I'll get the Earth Spirit Origin Stone back for you. After you wake up, leave the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts as soon as possible, Moon Maiden. There was even a cute smiley face under the name. This woman. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Master, I'm sorry. Your disciple is going to go crazy this time because I seem to have fallen in love with that woman. His feelings were different from Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao felt that he had fallen in love this time. Even if I die, I have to protect her. The Yuan Venerate didn't say anything. He was probably really asleep this time. Ling Xiao leaped out of the cave. The battle had already begun. However, it didn't seem like a battle between the Moon Maiden and the evil beast Demon King. Instead, it seemed like the evil beast Demon King's subordinates were protecting him. That fellow probably hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight now. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. As long as the evil beast Demon King didn't make a move, the Moon Maiden wouldn't be in any danger. What he had to do now was to take advantage of this battle to sneak into the evil beast Demon King's hiding place and do something big. Although he knew that his cultivation base was worlds apart from the Moon Maiden's, he should protect her wholeheartedly since he liked her. Even if his opponent was a powerhouse like the evil beast Demon King. Of course, he wasn't a rash person. He had only decided to do this after carefully analyzing the situation. The evil beast Demon King's injuries were probably more serious than he had imagined. After all, that fellow didn't have a suitable body and had only used his soul to endure the damage. Chapter 477. This is the place. A terrifying aqua-blue energy gushed out of Ling Xiao's body. The novel, Lava. This was the energy of the Moon Lady that had been absorbed by the all-evil beast soul spear. Right now, Ling Xiao was using the mystic technique imparted to him by the Yuan Venerate to enhance his own body. This terrifying energy was enough to allow him to maintain the strength of a half-step heavenly Venerate for 2 hours. This secret technique could only be used once a year, and it had to be used by a martialist with an extremely outstanding physique. An ordinary martialist would definitely explode and die. A half-step heavenly venerate was indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that if he used this energy to kill Wang Shi, he would definitely be able to kill him in one move. However, it would be too wasteful to use this against Wang Shi. Ling Xiao wouldn't have played around with his body if it hadn't been for the fact that his opponent might be the evil beast demon king. This secret technique was considered a forbidden secret technique that would cause severe damage to the body. After 2 hours, he would be completely paralyzed and would no longer have the ability to fight. If he couldn't get rid of his opponent by then, he would be done for. Looking at the battle not far away, the advantage of the Moon Lady was obvious. However, although the puppet guards created by the evil beast demon king were weak, they weren't afraid of death and wouldn't be dealt with in a short time. Ling Xiao used a moment to break the array set up by the evil beast demon king. This array was even worse than the 10,000 beast blood refining array, but it wasn't a problem for him. He entered the evil beast demon king's hiding place, which was still a cave. For some reason, these martialists seemed to be too lazy to build houses outside. Instead, they liked to live in caves. It was reasonable to say that transcendent-grade martialists basically had storage rings and could easily build a decent house in the wilderness with some materials. The light in the cave was very dim, and there was no light-absorbing array. After all, the evil beast demon king should be able to see clearly even in the middle of the night. Therefore, it probably felt that light-absorbing arrays were useless. Along the way, Luo Yunyang saw many weapons on the ground. Some were broken, some were stained with blood, and most of them were common-grade and fine-grade artifacts. There were even quite a few precious artifacts. It was likely that the evil beast demon king didn't care for these things at all, so after killing the martial artists, he casually threw them away. Only immortal grade and above treasures could tempt him. The evil beast demon king didn't care, but Ling Xiao did. He directly stored all these artifacts into his mountain river world. With this batch of items, his 36 celestial dipper swords could be completely forged into precious grade artifacts. As for the rest, they were still sent to the Divine Sword Sect. The more powerful the Divine Sword Sect was, the more he would have to rely on in the future. Perhaps the Demon King felt threatened by the appearance of the Moon Lady, so he sent all of his guards to stop her. In any case, Ling Xiao did not see a single guard along the way, nor did he encounter any danger. The sound of his footsteps was very light. His outstanding movement technique, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, allowed him to pass by without making any sound, as if he was a ghost. It was obvious that the cave had been modified. There were 3 paths leading to 3 different directions. If it had been anyone else, it would have been troublesome to choose the path. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His eyes emitted strands of golden light as his vision directly penetrated the walls and extended to the end of the 3 paths. His vision stopped about 20 meters away from the end of the path on the right. Ling Xiao didn't dare continue. That was where the evil beast demon king was recuperating. This fellow had wrapped himself in a huge cocoon at the moment, so he must be recovering his body. The path in the middle led to a prison. There were quite a few powerful cultivators locked up in this prison. Some were at the Transcendent Realm, some were at the Heaven Realm, and some were even at the Grotto Heaven Realm. These people were probably the evil beast demon king's food reserves. This fellow was really ruthless. There was nothing at the end of the path on the left, but there was a huge irregular stone. The yellow stone was suffused with a thick luster and gave off a very mysterious feeling. Earth Spirit Source Stone. Ling Xiao was delighted. He had seen the appearance of an Earth Spirit Source Stone in the book that the Yuan Venerate had given him. Furthermore, the aura that the evil beast demon king had used before was exactly the same. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. This time, he had snuck into this place for only 2 things. One was the soul of the evil beast demon king, and the other was the Earth Spirit Source Stone. He thought for a moment and walked toward the left path. Naturally, the path was still protected by an array formation. The evil beast demon king was also very careful. Unfortunately, even with the protection of the array formation, it was still of little use to Ling Xiao. It didn't take long for him to break through the array formation and reach the location of the Earth Spirit Source Stone. "Let me out quickly." Suddenly, The sleeping Yuan Venerate shouted from the beast ring. Ling Xiao let the Yuan Venerate out and smiled strangely. Master, aren't you tired? Nonsense. I didn't expect that there would actually be an earth spirit core here. Ha ha ha. You are really lucky, kid. The Yuan Venerate had been staring at the stone ever since he came out. Ling Xiao was absolutely sure that his master's eyes had never been so wide open before. Earth Spirit Core? Isn't this an Earth Spirit Source Stone? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had always thought that this was an Earth Spirit Source Stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over. He hadn't expected that this wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, this is also considered a type of Earth Spirit Source Stone. However, it is considered a high-quality Earth Spirit Source Stone. The Yuan Venerate clicked his tongue and sighed. It is very difficult for an Earth Spirit Source Stone to be born in the first place. It can only be found in places with extremely abundant spirit energy, and there are very few of them. However, an Earth Spirit Core is the essence that is born in an Earth Spirit Source Stone when the sun and moon shine together. There are even fewer of them. If the probability of a dragon vein being born is 1 in 100, then the probability of a supreme grade dragon vein being born is 1 in 1,000. The probability of an Earth Spirit Source Stone being born is 1 in 10,000, and the distance of an Earth Spirit Core being born is 1 in 100,000. So precious. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. The Yuan Venerate lamented. Isn't that so? It is precisely because it is precious that its effects are much better than ordinary Earth Spirit Source Stones. You have really struck it rich, kid. If you use an Earth Spirit Core during cultivation, the effects will definitely be more than 10 times better. Furthermore, the condensed true origin will be even purer. It is said that some martialists who are good at body tempering can even use an Earth Spirit Core to cultivate an Earth Spirit body. Not only will their defense be greatly increased, but more importantly, the effects of absorbing Earth Spirit power will be better. Chapter 478. The Yuan Venerate added, Your master once roamed the mystic world and spent a lot of effort searching for this Earth Spirit Core. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it until something happened to me. After hearing what you said, Master, we really hit the jackpot this time. Will this thing help you recover your cultivation base? Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but his face revealed a look of concern. On one hand, he had to improve his cultivation base to face all kinds of challenges. On the other hand, there was absolutely no harm in making his backer stronger. Once the Yuan Venerate could recover, it would be of great help to him. Thank you for your kindness, but Master doesn't rely on the Earth Spirit Core to recover. In any case, Master has already waited for so long, so it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Once your cultivation base becomes stronger, just help Master find it in the future. The Yuan Venerate had once frantically tried to regain his human form and strength. However, after so long, he had become calmer and was no longer as anxious and urgent as before. I'll take it now, Ling Xiao said. I'm afraid that won't be easy. The evil beast Demon King has been staying in this cave and can only use the Earth Spirit Source Stone. He can't use the Earth Spirit Core, so I reckon he won't be able to take it. If he can't do it, how can you? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Where there's a will, there's a way. If he can't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant. He had the mountain river martial soul, which was something the evil beast Demon King couldn't compare to. The Yuan Venerate shook his head and didn't stop Ling Xiao. Young people always had to suffer some setbacks before they knew the hardships of life. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't learn their lesson. However, a moment later, his eyes widened even more than when he had seen the Earth Spirit Core. Damn, how did you do it, kid? The Earth Spirit Core was gone. He had seen Ling Xiao put the Earth Spirit Core into his storage ring with his own eyes. How had he done it? Master, don't worry about how I did it. Anyway, now that I have this thing, the next step is to deal with the evil beast Demon King. Ling Xiao wasn't willing to explain further. If he lied too much, it would be difficult for him to make up for it in the future. That's true, but what do you plan to do with those people in prison? Yuan Venerate asked. Naturally, I want them to owe me a favor. I think those people should be warriors from the Heavenly Dragon Continent. If I'm in trouble in the future, I'll need friends to help me. Ling Xiao said after some thought, but some people might not accept this favor. Instead, they might kill you. Yuan Venerate reminded him, of course I know that. Because of that, I'll release them together with the Moon Maiden after dealing with the evil beast Demon King. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I'll just kill them. After all, there's no point in keeping those ungrateful bastards alive. Ling Xiao smiled. Looks like I was worried for nothing. You're not stupid. Yuan Venerate yawned. I can't take it anymore. I was lured out by the Earth Spirit Core, and I'm still exhausted. I'm going to sleep for a while more. You go first. If you need any help, just call Master. I've almost recovered. All right. Ling Xiao put the Yuan Venerate back into the beast ring before leaving the fork and entering the path where the evil beast Demon King was recuperating. However, as soon as he entered the path, a roar was suddenly heard. Immediately after, the gigantic cocoon shattered, and a silkworm crawled out from within. This silkworm was 2 to 3 meters long, and its entire body was like white jade. It looked very beautiful. However, it was also somewhat sinister. Think about it, that was a silkworm that was 2 to 3 meters long. The most troublesome thing was that its body was as thick as a bucket. It was simply a short, fat python. Evil Beast Demon King? Ling Xiao sensed the aura of the evil beast Demon King from this fat silkworm. However, it was much weaker than before. Hee, this fellow probably hates you to death. The reason he wanted to stay here to recuperate was because he could absorb the energy of the Earth Spirit Core. In the end, the Earth Spirit Core was taken away by you, and he couldn't continue to recover. Yuan Venerate's voice was heard again. No way. Then why didn't he just recuperate near the Earth Spirit Core? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Stupid. There is no way to set up an array formation near the Earth Spirit Core. He still has to set up a small 1,000 beast blood refining array to recuperate. Yuan Venerate replied. All right, let's not bother about this first. Hurry up and destroy this fellow. He is very weak now. Master, are you kidding me? Even if he is very weak, he is still not someone I can deal with. I originally intended to launch a sneak attack while he was recuperating. Now that he has woken up, let's flee and let the Moon Ladies deal with him. Ling Xiao wasn't that arrogant. He knew very well that even if he temporarily maintained the strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, he definitely couldn't go head-to-head with the evil beast Demon King. That would simply be courting death. The evil beast Demon King had just come out of the cocoon. When he saw Ling Xiao, all his old and new grudges erupted. His white jade-like body turned scarlet with anger. Silkworm Baby's expression also became very sinister. Hurry up and run. Ling Xiao only had one thought now. He had already obtained the Earth Spirit Core anyway. Even if he couldn't kill the evil beast Demon King, he would still have profited greatly. As long as he could escape this place, he would definitely make a profit this time. However, he had really run into trouble this time. He had never expected that the chubby evil beast Demon King would actually be faster than him and block his way out in an instant, leaving him with no way to escape. Ling Xiao, who was about to dash forward, quickly stopped in his tracks. The evil beast Demon King was really cunning. If he had chosen to attack directly, he could have used the other party's true origin to slip away. However, the other party hadn't attacked directly. Instead, he had blocked the only way out. This was clearly a prelude to taking care of him. The huge silkworm's eyes glared at Ling Xiao with fury and murderous intent. The ant that he had once ignored had repeatedly become a factor that caused him to fail on the verge of success. He was very upset. Very upset. Kid, don't even think about going anywhere today. I will definitely torture you properly and let you know the consequences of offending the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire. The evil beast Demon King bellowed furiously. A whistling gust of wind blew Ling Xiao away and sent him crashing heavily against the cave wall. Damn, this fellow was too ferocious. How could he be so ruthless in one breath? Although Ling Xiao did not suffer any injuries, wanting to escape had become a huge problem. Could he only enter the form of the ancient golden dragon? Apart from that, there was no other way. Kid, do you need my help? The Yuan Venerate asked. There is no need for that for the time being. Potential can only be stimulated between life and death. Chapter 479. Brat, you really make people speechless when you're stubborn. Why do you still care about that at a time like this? Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Wait until I'm really about to die before you make a move, master. I think this evil beast Demon King is at most at the celestial realm. I'm not so weak that I can't handle it. As long as there was a slight chance, Ling Xiao would seize it. He didn't think he would die. Boom. He directly entered his human dragon form, and his strength suddenly soared. Coupled with the powerful energy he obtained from the Moon Lady, he wasn't even afraid of a heavenly venerate who had just entered the celestial realm. Unfortunately, this was only temporary. Otherwise, it would be great. The moment Ling Xiao entered his human dragon form, the true essence in his whole body circulated wildly, and his aura suddenly soared. From top to bottom, his whole body exuded a powerful aura. At that moment, the evil beast Demon King actually retreated more than 10 meters. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. During the prehistoric times, the dragon race was a powerful existence that ruled all beasts. All beasts and insects had to obey the orders of the dragon race. Dragon aura naturally had a suppressive effect on the evil beast Demon King in his current form. Run my ass. Maybe I can fight. Ling Xiao suddenly changed his plan. The look in his eyes also became tenacious. His fighting spirit continued to rise. The evil beast Demon King was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this ant in front of him would dare to be so decisive in front of him. Then, his anger became even more intense, because he felt that he was being looked down upon. Even an ant wanted to fight with him? Poof! He opened his mouth and shot a ball of silk at Ling Xiao. Although it was a silk thread, it could easily penetrate steel. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. Although he was now in his human dragon form, his strength was still much weaker than the other party. If he didn't seize the right opportunity, it would be impossible to kill him. The moment the silk thread was spat out, the evil beast Demon King's body suddenly bounced up. It didn't look like a chubby silkworm baby at all. It was more like a python that suddenly attacked its prey. Its speed was too fast. Ling Xiao watched all of this. He raised his right hand and a chi sword flew out, blocking the incoming silk thread. Then, with the help of the rebounding force of the silk thread, he suddenly retreated, causing the evil beast Demon King to pounce on empty air. The escape route was wide open. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. He knew very well that this was the evil beast Demon King trying to break down his fighting spirit. Once a person had the thought of running away, it would be impossible for them to fight with all their strength. The end result would be even worse, especially when facing such an opponent. It didn't matter if he lived or died. Ling Xiao would not choose to run away. He wanted to fight this battle to the very end. Shock and disappointment appeared in the evil beast Demon King's eyes. This human warrior in front of him was different from the others. He was really not easy to deal with. Evil beast Demon King, die. The phantom of the pestilence Demon King appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, he suddenly sped up and charged towards the evil beast Demon King. Just as he had expected, the moment the pestilence Demon King appeared, the evil beast Demon King was distracted, even if it was just a moment of distraction. But for Ling Xiao, it was definitely the best opportunity to attack. Puchi. After piercing through the evil beast Demon King's head, Ling Xiao turned around and attacked again. He knew that although the evil beast Demon King could only unleash the strength of a heaven realm cultivator, his own cultivation was at the yin-yang realm. Naturally, he would not be killed so easily. As he turned around, his sword was blocked by the silk, and he failed to succeed. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this. The pestilence Demon King opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dark green gas, directly enveloping the evil beast Demon King's head. Bastard! You actually betrayed the true Devil Empire. In a moment of carelessness, the evil beast Demon King was actually seized by Ling Xiao to launch a series of attacks. Not only was his body pierced, he was also poisoned by the pestilence Demon King's plague poison, causing his strength to drop once again. Ling Xiao's attack still continued, the ice dragon sword in his hand, thrusting out continuously. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The wounds on the evil beast Demon King's body grew more and more. Although this guy's recovery ability was similarly astonishing, Ling Xiao's attack speed was even faster. If the situation continued to develop like this, the one who died in the end would definitely be the evil beast Demon King. However, how could the dignified evil beast Demon King die so easily? Bang! An attack that appeared out of nowhere directly slapped onto Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed to pieces. The heavenly dragon golden body was actually useless under this terrifying attack. Behind that silkworm baby, a terrifying fierce beast appeared. You indeed possess a dragon soul. Dragons were the king of 10,000 beasts. As the true Devil Empire's general in charge of 10,000 beasts, the evil beast Demon King's martial soul should also be the king of 10,000 beasts. The enormous wings flapped, and it was actually a complete skeleton. The power of frost twined around it, incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, the martial soul was a soul. Otherwise, with such a huge guy appearing, this cave would definitely explode. Frost Dragon Soul? This should be the martial soul of the Frost Dragon Clan under the jurisdiction of the ancient Hell Dragon Clan. Fortunately, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the opponent's martial soul was one of the 9 great ancient dragon souls. If that were the case, he would have really kicked an iron plate today. Surprised? You were able to force this king to use his martial soul. You should be proud of yourself. You can die in peace. Seeing Ling Xiao's body shatter, with only his head remaining to speak, the evil beast Demon King did not believe that this brat could survive. After all, this kind of recovery ability was definitely not something a trivial transcendent realm cultivator could achieve. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth slipped into an imperceptible sneer as his head continued to fall to the ground. The evil beast Demon King had already recalled the Frost Dragon Soul and was ready to escape. With his current strength, he was far from the Moon Lady's opponent. He had to find a place to heal. He definitely could not stay here any longer. It was all because of that damn brat. Just as he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt the fear of death. His body, which should have been fragmented and broken, instantly merged into one. No, it was not just merging into one. What appeared in front of him was not Ling Xiao, but a 3 to 4 meter tall golden dragon. A body more than 10 meters long, with bright golden scales. A body with the characteristics of 10,000 beasts. Without a doubt, this was the characteristic of the Golden Dragon Clan, the king of the Dragon Clan. Die. By the time he discovered this golden dragon, the opponent's attack had already finished condensing. A bright light shot out from the dragon claw, a light that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger in the form of the ancient golden dragon. In the end, Ling Xiao used this form that he had not used until now, because he felt that he could kill the evil beast Demon King. So he had to do this. Boom. It seemed like only a single finger, but the moment it pierced through the evil beast Demon King's body, it produced an extremely terrifying effect. The silkworm baby quickly collapsed and exploded. A severely injured soul desperately tried to escape from it. Q. Chapter 480. I actually succeeded. Ling Xiao had already returned to his human form. Although his body had been scattered by the evil beast Demon King, he had managed to reassemble himself by relying on the miraculous effects of the 5th level of the Sky Dragon Golden Body. Even now, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Furthermore, the ancient golden dragon form was really terrifying. Although this was the first time he had used it, the power it unleashed was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Where's my Earth Spirit Core? Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing, he suddenly discovered that the Earth Spirit Core in the Mountain River realm had disappeared. Not only that, but some of the rare medicinal herbs that had special healing effects had also disappeared. Damn it! Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've long felt that there was definitely something wrong with the Sky Dragon Golden Body. Now, it seems like it's true. After cultivating to the 5th level, the so-called rebirth from a drop of blood is real, but there is a price to pay. And this price is really huge. Smelly brat, you should be content. You've profited from a disaster. Yuan Venerate suddenly said from the beast ring. Profited from a disaster? Yes, didn't you feel it? The Earth Spirit Core was used as a material to repair your body. Generally speaking, the Earth Spirit Core can't be completely absorbed by the body of any martialist, but you're different. Your body was basically destroyed. Now, it's as if the Earth Spirit Core has condensed a new body. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Even Master is a little jealous of your good luck. You actually condensed the Earth Spirit body without cultivating. I'm afraid that even a celestial-grade treasure body would find it difficult to break through this defense. Furthermore, the Earth Spirit body will continue to grow stronger as your strength increases. Even Master isn't sure how strong it will ultimately be. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao tried to circulate his true essence. Sure enough, he discovered that a thick, earthy yellow glow had appeared on his body. Not only had his physical strength increased several times, but even his true essence had become much more vigorous. In terms of quantity alone, even a transcendent 8th-level martialist couldn't compare to him. It was really a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao's originally disappointed mood suddenly improved. Boy, quickly go back and cultivate. The Earth Spirit Core's energy is definitely more than this. If I'm not mistaken, the remnant energy from the Earth Spirit Core should be enough for you to break through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Yuan Venerate reminded him. All right, Ling Xiao nodded. However, before returning, he was prepared to release those trapped martial artists. Unfortunately, this evil beast Demon King didn't have any treasures. In addition to those rare, fine, and common-grade treasures that were thrown into the cave, the rest of the magical weapons and spirit stones were swallowed by this guy to restore his cultivation. The evil beast Demon King seemed to have many beast-like abilities. Among the beasts, Ling Xiao knew that there was a kind of beast called the gold-eating beast that could recover its cultivation by eating gold, silver, copper, and iron. Perhaps the reason why the evil beast Demon King's cultivation recovered so quickly was related to its special ability. Unfortunately, after Ling Xiao collected the evil beast Demon King's soul, he discovered that because his Mountain River martial spirit's level was too low, it could not be transformed into a martial spirit. Instead, it was directly frozen in the glacier. It seemed that he could only think of a way in the future when his cultivation increased to a certain level. Right now, it was better to release those martial artists as soon as possible so that they would owe him a favor. After all, a debt of gratitude was greater than any other debt. Although there would definitely be ungrateful people among them, there would definitely be people who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Although the people trapped in the prison were very strong, they didn't understand array formations. In addition, they were wearing special torture devices that prevented them from circulating their true essence. Therefore, it was impossible for them to escape with their own abilities. Seeing Ling Xiao, these people's eyes that were originally filled with despair had a little more color. Young hero, what happened just now? The evil beast Demon King is dead. I'll let you all out now. Ling Xiao said faintly. The evil beast Demon King is dead. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Then, they cheered excitedly and cried bitterly. Among them, there were 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They were considered absolute powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon continent, but they were trapped here all these years as blood slaves of the evil beast Demon King, providing blood for the evil beast Demon King. It was a fate worse than death. Thinking that they could see the light of day again, their excitement was definitely no less than coming back from the dead. But young hero, there is an array formation set up by the evil beast Demon King. Although there are people among us who understand array formations, we are unable to break it. Can you do it? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just smiled and pierced the chi sword into the center of the array formation. Crack! The array formation immediately shattered. In fact, from the moment he started speaking, he had already been cracking the array formation. There wasn't much time left. He would definitely faint from overexertion, so before that, he must do what he wanted to do quickly. Great, young hero is really good. Everyone was excited. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and opened the door of the prison. Then, several chi swords shot out and unlocked all the shackles on these people. May I know your name, young hero? I will repay your kindness in the future. Ling Xiao from Yuehua School. Ling Xiao had originally planned to make these people owe him a favor, so he had to report his real name. Thank you. Let's go. In the prison, more than half of the people were preparing to leave out of gratitude to Ling Xiao. These people were naturally open and above-board people, people who knew how to repay kindness. Wait a minute. However, the ungrateful person soon revealed his fox tail. The person who spoke was actually the strongest Grotto Heaven Realm expert among them. He was wearing a purple robe. Although it was tattered, since he had unlocked his shackles, he naturally had the demeanor of an expert. That kid's cultivation is mediocre, but he was able to break into the cave. Don't you think it's strange? It's a little strange, but this young hero has good intentions. Good intentions, my ass. I think this kid is in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King. Now that the evil beast Demon King is dead, he wants to do us a favor so that we can give him benefits. The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert snorted coldly. Kid, hand over what you got from the evil beast Demon King, and this Realm Lord will let you live. Grotto Heaven Realm experts were respectfully called Realm Lords. Hee, just kill him and take his storage ring. Even if this kid is not in cahoots with the evil beast Demon King, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break into the cave, let alone kill the evil beast Demon King. Another yellow-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert spoke. Who else wants to do this? Ling Xiao looked at the two idiots in front of him indifferently. Since I dared to let you out, I must have something to rely on. You actually revealed your foxtail so quickly. How stupid. Chapter 481. More than 10 people stood out, and all of them were Heaven Realm experts. The novel. Lucky, there were still more than 30 people left, and they still had a conscience. As long as they had a conscience, it was fine. If they had a conscience, they would know how to repay kindness. In that case, the 16 people who stood out could go die. Ling Xiao looked at the two Grotto Heaven Realm experts and said coldly, You two are really arrogant sector lords. You've cultivated for so many years and have such a strong cultivation, but you've cultivated for nothing. You're ungrateful and shameless. Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? The others were a little confused. Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, so where did he get the confidence to challenge a Grotto Heaven Realm expert? The purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert laughed and said, It's really been a long time since I walked in the outside world. I didn't expect that a small Heaven Realm warrior would dare to speak to this Realm Lord like this. Kill him. You don't have to walk around in the outside world anymore, because you will die today. Ling Xiao pulled out the Ice Dragon Sword. In less than a quarter of an hour left, he could still maintain the cultivation of the Celestial Realm and could still fight with the Celestial Realm martial artists. Hula, under the order of the purple-clothed Grotto Heaven Realm expert, 4 or 5 Heaven Realm experts pounced on Ling Xiao. They didn't have the slightest sense of shame. They didn't have the slightest intention of repaying kindness. Greed had taken over all of them. Boom. Suddenly, the warrior who pounced out exploded in mid-air. His body turned into pieces and blood splattered all over the ground. The Moon Lady appeared. She stood behind Ling Xiao indifferently and waved casually. Moon Lady, thank you for your trouble. I will repay this favor in the future. Ling Xiao said to the woman behind him, Between you and me, what's the point of talking about favors? Is that evil beast Demon King dead? The Moon Lady asked with a smile. Dead. You stinking brat. You really scared me to death. You actually secretly went to deal with the evil beast Demon King. How many lives do you have? The Moon Lady suddenly said angrily. I was just afraid that you would get hurt. Ling Xiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, the previous operation was really too dangerous. The evil beast Demon King's attack was too strong, so much so that the treasure that the Moon Lady gave him didn't have any effect. If he hadn't snatched the Earth Spirit Core in advance, he would have been in trouble. It seemed like he had to do less of such crazy things. Little brat, I'm afraid of getting dirty, so of course I have to deal with the trash. The purple-clothed grotto heaven expert sneered and suddenly attacked. Purple flame mystic dragon palm. His hands suddenly burned with purple flames, and the temperature in the cave suddenly rose. The celestial realm martial artist who was closest to him actually burned up in an instant and screamed incessantly. Hee hee, this martial skill is not bad, but it's useless. The Moon Lady probably knew about Ling Zhao's current situation, so she didn't want to waste any time. Her figure suddenly flashed, and two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were lifted up by her like babies. Is the Grotto Heaven Realm very strong? Since you have done something ungrateful, you should be prepared to die. After saying that, sword chi burst out from her hand. The two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were sliced into noodles just like that. There wasn't even a trace of blood on her body. After doing that, she waved her sleeves lightly, and the other dozen or so people were turned into dust on the spot. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. This was the strength of the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao looked at all this, but his hands were tightly clenched together. Although my cultivation is now much stronger than my peers, I would still be at a disadvantage if I were to encounter a celestial realm martial artist like the Flame Deity, let alone a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist or a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist like the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao's desire for strength grew even stronger. Not enough. Far from enough. I'm still too weak. There are many things I want to do that I can't do. You guys can leave. Don't forget that I didn't save you for free. Ling Xiao looked at those people who still had a conscience and waved his hand lightly. Thank you, young hero Ling Xiao. We will never forget your kindness. They originally wanted to repay the favor, and now that they saw the beautiful and powerful woman behind Ling Xiao, how could they not repay the favor? After saying that, they all turned and left. Let's go back too. Ling Xiao turned back and glanced at the Moon Lady as he watched those people leave. However, just as he was about to leave, his body went limp and he lost consciousness. Time was up. Ling Xiao. The Moon Lady hurriedly hugged Ling Xiao when she saw this. She checked his breathing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This fellow actually dared to borrow my quintessential origin energy to increase his strength for a short period of time. This secret technique was probably taught to him by a Yuan Venerate. Is this Yuan Venerate trying to kill Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly and shook her head. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, without the evil beast Demon King, she was the absolute ruler of the Thousand Ghost Forest. Anyone who was tired of living and came looking for her would be courting death. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of energy surged out of Ling Zhao's body and poured into every part of Ling Zhao's body. At the moment, Ling Xiao was in his weakest state. It was very difficult for him to withstand such a violent and domineering power. The Moon Lady hurriedly placed her jade-like hands on Ling Zhao's chest and poured her quintessential origin energy into Ling Zhao's body, guiding that domineering power to circulate in Ling Zhao's body more gently. Her quintessential origin energy formed a protective layer that protected every part of Ling Zhao's body so that Ling Xiao wouldn't die on the spot from excessive absorption of energy. Is this the power of the Earth Spirit? This brat couldn't have swallowed the Earth Spirit core, right? The Moon Lady smiled bitterly as she looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying motionless on the ground. This fellow was really too crazy. He really resembled the human monarch of the past. Actually, she didn't know. This time, Ling Xiao had dared to take the risk to deal with the evil beast Demon King purely because she was around. If she wasn't around, Ling Xiao would have been even more cautious. Ling Zhao's calculations had never been wrong. This time was no exception. Even if there were uncertainties, Ling Xiao could accurately calculate them. Of course, there would be some deviations. He had dared to look for the evil beast Demon King so boldly because he had taken into account the Moon Lady's powerful combat strength. However, the original plan had been for him to assassinate or severely injure the evil beast Demon King while he was recuperating. This way, the Moon Lady would have an easier time fighting him. However, there had been some deviations in the plan. Chapter 482. Of course, The integration of the Earth spirit core into his body was also an accident. But the result was good. Now, the Moon Lady was continuously transferring her vigorous vital essence into Ling Xiao's body to control the domineering Earth spirit power. Although the Earth spirit power was domineering and violent, it was still something that no one could control. However, the Moon Maiden was a yin-yang realm expert, and it was naturally not difficult for her to tame a wild horse like an outstanding horse trainer. Under the guidance of the blue vital essence, the Earth spirit power continued to merge into Ling Xiao's martial vein. Every time it merged, it would make Ling Xiao's vital essence thicker and make the space of the martial vein bigger. People who were not martial artists would not be able to understand why the martial vein did not look big, but it could accommodate a sea of true essence. In fact, the reason was very simple. The martial vein itself was something like a mustard seed space. It was very similar to a storage ring, but it could only hold and produce vital essence. Therefore, in theory, the space of the martial vein could be expanded infinitely. This required a large number of heaven and earth treasures to constantly strengthen it. The larger the martial vein space, the harder it was to break through. However, every breakthrough would increase one's strength by a shocking amount. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the total amount of vital essence that a warrior could produce would also increase, and the speed of filling the martial vein space would greatly increase. To put it simply, when the martial vein was only the size of a wine cup, the warrior's cultivation might be very low. At that time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would not be enough to fill the wine cup. When the martial vein became as big as a water tank, the warrior's cultivation might have increased by a lot. At this time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would be enough to fill a water tank. In other words, under normal circumstances, the larger the martial vein space, the more vital essence would be produced. Although the cultivation increase would be slower, it would not be too slow. Therefore, it was really beneficial. No matter which warrior it was, they all hoped that their martial vein space could become bigger. Originally, the martial vein space of a warrior in the martial vein realm could increase as his cultivation increased. At the peak of cultivation, the space of a martial vein was about 1 cubic meter. Whether the energy in one's body was in a gaseous, liquid, or solid state, it could only be stored in such a large space. Therefore, the true essence of a top martial vein expert was at most 9 cubic meters. After reaching the transcendent realm, the space within the 9 martial veins would slowly expand as one's cultivation improved. Basically, every realm increased the space by 1 cubic meter. This was the direct reason why the higher one's cultivation was, the more vigorous one's true essence would be. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the mid-stage transcendent realm 5th layer, so his martial vein space was only 14 cubic meters. But that wasn't the case. Due to the fact that he had fused with the golden dragon blood and other natural treasures, his martial vein space had been greatly strengthened. Now, his martial vein space was about 17 cubic meters. In other words, he was equivalent to an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. This was the reason why his true essence was much denser than other martial artists of the same realm. This time, the Earth Spirit Core helped Ling Xiao increase his martial vein space. The Moon Maiden could clearly feel that as the Earth Spirit energy continued to enter his martial vein space, Ling Xiao's martial vein space was also constantly expanding. However, even though the martial vein space was constantly expanding, the speed at which the true essence was being filled was still astonishing. I'm afraid you're the only one who can make a breakthrough while unconscious. The Moon Maiden shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The terrifying Earth Spirit energy was forcibly suppressed by her into Ling Xiao's martial vein and began to fuse with Ling Xiao's true essence. Late Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Peak Transcendent Realm 5th layer. It continued to climb. When the Earth Spirit energy completely fused with Ling Xiao's martial vein, Ling Xiao's cultivation had also broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. While he was unconscious, he had unknowingly broken through a major realm in his cultivation. Moreover, his martial vein space had now reached 20 cubic meters. This meant that Ling Xiao's total true essence was now not inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. The size of his martial vein space was also comparable to an ordinary half-step, heavenly venerable. This was the terrifying aspect of the Earth Spirit Core. Not only that, the Moon Maiden also discovered that Ling Xiao's body had already become an Earth Spirit body. In other words, this Earth Spirit energy was only a remnant. Little guy, you're really different. The Moon Maiden withdrew her jade-like hands and helped Ling Xiao wipe his body. Then, she helped him change into a clean set of clothes. After that, she brought Ling Xiao back to the cave from before. When Ling Xiao woke up from his coma, the first thing he saw was the Moon Maiden who was looking at him with concern. However, because he had woken up in a hurry, he accidentally kissed the Moon Maiden's lips. That was my first kiss. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The Moon Maiden hurriedly retreated to the side with a flushed face. Little brat, what are you doing? Sister Moon Maiden, you're so beautiful, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He realized that the Moon Maiden did not react too violently. Instead, she began to flirt with him. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword? The Moon Maiden wanted to show her fierce side, but she could not do so in front of Ling Xiao. Hee, sister, can you bear to do that? Ling Xiao laughed. Little rascal, the Moon Maiden said in annoyance, I really lose to you. She did not know what was wrong with her. She had lived for more than 100,000 years and had never fallen in love with anyone. In the past, she had only admired the human king. Why was she so reluctant to part with this little brat? Hee, sister, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. Besides, I've never kissed a girl before. This is my first time. Sister, you're taking advantage of me. Ling Xiao said. Who doesn't have their first time? What? Ling Xiao was shocked. No way, Sister Moon Maiden. You've never kissed anyone before? Nothing. You're making a fuss over nothing. All right, since you've woken up, I should go back. Now that the evil beast Demon King has been killed, I should go back and prepare for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Do you want to go back with me? The Moon Maiden hurriedly changed the topic. Otherwise, she really did not know how to face Ling Xiao. No, I still have something to deal with. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer and he still had the all-evil beast soul spear in his body, he wanted to kill Wang Shi, Qin Wu, and Wu Yang. He would not leave any of the people who wanted to kill him alive. Do as you wish. Just be careful, the Moon Maiden said. Sister Moon Maiden, I've made up my mind. Ling Xiao suddenly said something that did not make sense. What have you made up your mind? The Moon Maiden asked doubtfully. I'm not going to worship you as my master. Ling Xiao said seriously. You're not going to worship me as your master? Chapter 483. I want to take you as my wife. Ling Xiao added. What? The Moon Maiden looked at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape. She had never been so surprised before. Do you know what you're saying? I'm the Moon Maiden of the Yuehua school. I'm a yin-yang realm powerhouse, an old monster who has lived for 100,000 years. So what? Are you unwilling? Ling Xiao stared at the Moon Maiden and asked. Me. As long as you're willing, everything else is not a problem. If you say that you're the Moon Maiden of the Yuehua school and the yin-yang realm powerhouse, then I'll become the sect master of the Yuehua school. We'll both be yin-yang realm powerhouses. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. Lunatic. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. Then, she walked to the entrance of the cave. Goodbye, Yuehua school. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know how to answer Ling Xiao's question. She didn't agree. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't agree. Seeing the Moon Maiden leave, Ling Xiao shouted, If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. However, shouldn't you change the reward you gave me previously? In any case, I won't acknowledge you as my master. That's what you asked for. The Moon Maiden's voice had already faded into the distance, but Ling Xiao smiled. She didn't refuse, so there was still hope. Anyway, he was still young. He had plenty of time to catch up to the Moon Maiden. However, he had to speed up. As for the Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony, he would definitely get first place. He couldn't acknowledge the Moon Maiden as his master, but there were other benefits waiting for him. He couldn't acknowledge her as his master, and he couldn't marry her for the time being. However, he could at least live with her, right? Ahem, don't misunderstand. They would just be living in the same place at the same time. Although he wouldn't be her master in name, he would still be her master. He could still receive guidance from the Moon Maiden, but he didn't have to give up pursuing her because of her master's identity. If he wanted to do that, he had to at least get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to negotiate with the Moon Lady. Smiling, Yang Kai sat back down and checked his current condition. After confirming that there were no problems with his body and that his cultivation had stabilized at the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, he stood up with relief. It was time for revenge. There were less than 10 days until the Moon Arrival Festival, so he really had to hurry. Hula, he extended his golden dragon wings and flew out of the cave, towards the direction of the Sha family castle. After a few minutes, Ling Xiao landed. Although he could use the golden light dragon wings to fly for a little longer, he still couldn't keep it up. However, he was about to reach the Sha family's castle. He intended to find someone to ask about the current situation in the Sha family's castle. Otherwise, if he were to blindly go there, wouldn't Wang Shi be there for nothing? Right now, it was still early. In the Dragon Submission Mountain range, there were still quite a number of martial artists moving about. After all, he had stayed in the Thousand Ghost Forest for a long time. Even if there were cultivators who didn't dare to enter the mountain range because they were afraid of him, they weren't afraid anymore. There are people over there. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that about 1 li away, there were 4 people walking in the mountains. It looked like they were heading towards the Sha family castle. They were probably here to gather herbs or hunt. They had already finished their day's work and were preparing to return. Using his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Yang Kai chased after them. Although he didn't need to fly, his movement skill was still outstanding and his speed was still very fast. It wasn't until Ling Xiao appeared beside these 4 people that they suddenly noticed that there was an extra person behind them. The 4 of them were all startled. They all drew their weapons and pointed them at Ling Xiao. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" The one who asked was the strongest of the 4, an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, the same as Ling Xiao's current cultivation. The other 3 were only at the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer and had probably been brought out for life experience. Hey, don't be so nervous. I was chased by a vicious beast and just ran out of the forest. I just happened to run into you. I didn't follow you. Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. Words aren't proof. Who knows what you're doing? Did you try to sneak attack us but were discovered by my big brother? The one who spoke was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, only 1 or 2 years older than Ling Xiao. Her cultivation was naturally not as good as Ling Xiao's, but she was definitely a genius. Her weapon was actually a crossbow, and at this moment, it was aimed at Ling Xiao, as if she was about to attack at any moment. Being misunderstood like this, Ling Xiao was quite unhappy. If this young master really wanted to sneak attack you, none of you would be able to survive, yet you're still standing there and talking. Another arrogant little girl. Geniuses are bound to be arrogant and self-righteous. Xiao Jiao, shut up. The leader of the group was more astute. He was a veteran of the world and could tell that Ling Xiao was strong. Although he didn't know his exact cultivation, since the other party didn't attack, he didn't intend to offend him. Brother, didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? Humph. The girl snorted coldly and kept her crossbow. She stood aside angrily and stopped talking. But the way she looked at Ling Xiao was still wary and suspicious. The leader laughed bitterly and said, Brother, don't mind her. Xiao Jiao is just a little more cautious. After all, your sudden appearance really gave us a shock. It doesn't matter. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, Why would I care about such a small matter? It's just that I need to make a trip to the Sha family castle. I wonder if you guys can tell me about the current situation here. It's my first time here, so I'm not too sure. Although Ling Xiao was a little unhappy with the girl's overreaction, but thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to bicker with her and went straight to the main topic. Brother, why are you going to the Sha family castle? The leader asked warily. I'm a pharmacist. I've collected quite a number of medicinal herbs from the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain range. I'm going there to sell them. I heard that Fairy Ling Long is buying them. Ling Xiao replied. As he spoke, He deliberately took out some rare herbs that were over 100 years old from his storage ring. This was also to reduce the other party's wariness. So that's how it is. Coincidentally, we're also going back to the Shah family castle. Why don't we travel together? Seeing that you're quite skilled, it'll be safer for us to travel together. The leader looked at the herbs in Ling Zhao's hands and suggested, "Thank you very much. However, since I want your protection, I'll give you these 4 high-grade vital elemental dawn as a gift." By doing this, he still wanted to get closer to these 4 people, hoping to get more accurate information from them. High-grade vital elemental dawn were insignificant to him, but to these martial artists, they were still very precious. These are perfect high-grade vital elemental dawn. Its medicinal effect is almost comparable to the highest grade vital elemental dawn. It's too precious, we can't accept it. The leader hurriedly shook his head. "Brother, are you afraid that I've poisoned the herbs? You'll know after you go back and test it." Ling Xiao said lightly, "No, no, no. How could that be? Since brother is so kind, I'll accept it. My name is Zhanlei. How should I address you?" Chapter 484. Obviously, the 4 perfect high-rank true elemental pills had completely opened Zhanlei's heart and made him trust Ling Xiao. That was why he asked for his name and what Ling Xiao's name was. "Yu Ling." Ling Xiao made up a name, taking the surname Yu knew and his surname. "Good name, but what is brother Yu's cultivation? You actually dared to venture into the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range alone?" Zhanlei asked again. Early Transcendent Realm 5th Layer. This was the template Ling Xiao redefined. He planned to use this template after returning to Yuehua School. Otherwise, a 6th layer cultivation would be too exaggerated and would scare a lot of people and easily cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Wu Yang and Qin Wu both knew about this cultivation and had probably already told Meng Yuan about it, so it was best to temporarily set the template at this stage. Transcendent Realm 5th Layer. You're just bragging. How old are you? The little girl named Xiao Jiao looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. "She is my cousin Lin Jiao Jiao. She was spoiled when she was young, so her temper is a bit bad, but she is still very kind." Zhanlei introduced, "The other 2 are my cousins, Zhan Long and Zhan Hu. The 3 of them have just broken through to the Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer and came out with me to gain experience." Although Ling Xiao was not very interested in the origins of these people, since they had introduced themselves, he might as well listen. My cousin Zhanlei is an early Transcendent Realm 6th Layer cultivator. He is only 26 years old this year and is the most outstanding genius in our family." Lin Jiao coldly snorted and said proudly. "And then?" Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why this little girl was saying this. "And then? I just want to tell you that if you have any bad ideas, you should give up as soon as possible, otherwise, you will definitely not be able to escape my cousin Zhanlei's thunderous means. The difference between you and him is like heaven and earth." Lin Jiao seemed to like her cousin Zhanlei very much and worshipped him. It seemed that with this cousin of hers, she had nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. What a naive child. He didn't bother to bicker with the girl, but looked directly at Zhanlei and said, "Brother Zhan, can you tell me what I just asked you? You mean the Shah family castle?" Zhanlei sighed and said, "Now that Fairy Ling Long has been killed, it's useless for you to go. Now, the Shah family castle has become the territory of the Beast King Palace. Their core disciple, Wang Shi, is sitting there and has taken over all of Fairy Ling Long's territory and inheritance. However, what's strange is that Wang Shi doesn't seem to care about it. He still continues to put a bounty on Ling Xiao." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was glad that he had put some makeup on his face. It was very different from the original portrait on the bounty poster. "Then it should be fine for me to sell it to Wang Shi, right?" "No problem, but the price might be lower," Zhanlei reminded. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. The 5 of them continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao secretly helped and did not expose his strength. However, this made Lin Jiao very dissatisfied. With Lin Jiao's eyesight, she couldn't find Ling Xiao's help at all. Therefore, she felt that Ling Xiao only knew how to hide all the way and refused to deal with the ferocious beasts. She wanted Zhanlei to drive Ling Xiao out of the team. Zhanlei rejected her request on the grounds that Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Zhanlei was calm. Although he didn't find Ling Xiao's help, he always felt that after Ling Xiao joined the team, it seemed that dealing with the ferocious beasts had become easier. Therefore, he naturally thought highly of Ling Xiao. Lin Jiao Jiao, that brainless girl with big breasts, really couldn't be compared with this person. Cousin Zhanlei, how can you help outsiders? Lin Jiao Jiao wiped her tears and ran forward quickly. This silly woman, they haven't left the dragon-subduing mountain range yet. Does she think she's safe? Just as Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, Lin Jiao Jiao ran into someone's arms. Haha, I didn't expect a beauty to throw herself at me while walking on the road. Looking carefully, she's really beautiful. This uncle wants her. The person who spoke was a bald man with a ferocious appearance. At this time, the words coming out of his mouth were even more vulgar. However, Ling Xiao didn't know this person and had no interest in saving that silly woman. This Lin Jiao Jiao deserved to suffer a little, otherwise, she really didn't know how dangerous society was. Oh no! When Zhanlei saw the bald man, his face suddenly changed. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Because the other party's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the transcendent realm, slightly stronger than Zhanlei. If Zhanlei teamed up with his cousin, it was possible to defeat this person. Why was his expression so horrified and scared? Flower Tai Sui. Zhanlei replied, I don't know him. Brother Yu is from outside, so you may not know. Flower Tai Sui was originally a famous flower thief in the Sha family castle. He has done a lot of shady things with Fairy Linglong. The only brothel in the Sha family castle was jointly opened by him and Fairy Linglong. He can be considered one of Fairy Linglong's men. Zhanlei smiled bitterly. This person is cruel and vicious. Most of the women he has played with are worse than death. He especially likes women who practice martial arts, saying that it's exciting to play with them. Oh, he's a scumbag. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only that, but recently, this guy submitted to Wang Shi and became Wang Shi's chief steward. He's in charge of the brothel business. He's crazier than before. If little sister falls into his hands, it's over. Zhanlei's face was a little pale. He's actually one of Wang Shi's men. Then he should have also chased after Ling Xiao, right? This guy is very cunning. Among the cultivators who chased after Ling Xiao, he's the only one who's safe and sound and hasn't left the Sha family castle. The rest are either dead or escaped. Zhanlei replied, That's easy to handle. What? Before Zhanlei understood what he meant, he saw a shadow pass by him. Then, Lin Jiaojiao was thrown over. Little girl, remember. Think more with your head when you go out in the future. Don't just use your mouth. Bang! When the voice fell, Hua Tai Sui had fallen to the ground, with 4 swords inserted in his limbs, deeply pierced into the soil. A shrill scream followed. When you hurt those women, you should have heard this scream. What do you think now? Isn't it more enjoyable to shout it out yourself? Everything happened too fast. It was almost a blink of an eye. Zhanlei looked at Lin Jiaojiao in his arms and listened to the scream of Hua Tai Sui. His eyes were completely dull. Just now, he was still worried about how to save his cousin, but now, he found that the ferocious man who held his cousin and touched her with a big hand had been subdued. He's really not an ordinary person. After a long time, Zhanlei came back to his senses. He always felt that Ling Xiao was not ordinary, but he really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would deal with Hua Tai Sui so easily. Chapter 485. As for Lin Jiaojiao, she felt even more incredible at this time. She has always looked down on Ling Xiao. She has repeatedly mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. In the end, she was saved by this person. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of Hua Tai Sui, her life would be worse than death. A very complicated expression immediately appeared on her face. Self-mockery? Shame? Shock? There were probably all kinds of emotions, but there was no contempt and disdain. Thinking about the things he had done before, he really felt like a child who had never seen the world throwing a tantrum. It was so embarrassing. Thank you for saving me, Lin Jiaojiao said. Save you? Ah, don't get me wrong. I just think you are an eyesore, so I threw you over. It's not saving. Don't be grateful. I dealt with him for other reasons. Ling Xiao was really not so kind to save a person who mocked and ridiculed him, but this woman took up too much space. Throwing her to Zhang Lei was just a matter of convenience. Lin Jiaojiao really wanted to find a hole to hide in at this time. She thought she was a blessed girl, but it turned out that he didn't care about her at all. Her face was pale, and she lowered her noble head. The young man who looked useless at first seemed so tall in her eyes at this time. On the other side, Hua Tai Sui, who was screaming, also came to his senses. Bastard! You dare to attack me. Do you know who I am? The pain made it difficult for him to speak. His face was full of pain and anger at this time. I am Hua Tai Sui. You dare to attack me. I will kill your whole family. TSK, if I didn't know your identity, I would be too lazy to do it. Ling Xiao sat directly on Hua Tai Sui, and then continued, Linglong Fairy's gigolo, Wang Shi's slave, haha, look who I am. At this moment, Ling Xiao removed the disguise on his face and showed his true face. Ling Xiao, Hua Tai Sui, Zhang Lei and others almost shouted this name at the same time. Haha, I seem to be quite famous. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible. You fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How could you still be alive? Hua Tai Sui shouted in horror. Zhang Lei and the others were also surprised. It was said that cultivators who entered the 1,000 Ghost Forest, even if they were Heaven Realm Masters, had never come out alive. This Ling Xiao was just an early Transcendent Realm early-stage cultivator, so how could he still be alive? I'm really sorry. I'm really still alive. What can I do? Even the heavens aren't willing to take my life. Ling Xiao shrugged. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him, you bunch of trash. Hua Tai Sui shouted at the people he brought. However, none of them dared to approach Ling Xiao. In the hearts of the Xia family's martial artists, Ling Xiao was basically a demonic god. After killing Fairy Linglong and 2 other experts from the Yuehua school, he fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. He had thought that the Fiend Celestial was finished, but today, the demon god had appeared again, and he was still alive and well. He had completely subdued Hua Tai Sui with one move. He was not human at all. It seems that your subordinates don't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao chuckled. If you don't make a move now, none of you will live when you return. Hua Tai Sui roared angrily. Ling Xiao also looked at those people and said calmly, I'll give you a chance to live. Everyone, come here and stab this guy. Then you can leave. Hero Ling, is what you said true? Of course. Don't you want to kill this villain? Yes. Of course we want to. This Hua Tai Sui is unpardonable. We've wanted him dead for a long time. Unfortunately, we're too weak to be his opponent. Then it's easy. Now that I'm giving you such a chance, you must seize it. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to the side, making a gesture of invitation. Hua Tai Sui wanted to struggle, but strangely, no matter how he moved, he could not get rid of the 4 swords. Don't waste your energy. Those aren't ordinary swords. They're a small confinement array. Unless you have the strength of 10,000 Jin, don't even think about it. Ling Xiao said calmly. Those subordinates of Hua Tai Sui walked over with their swords. Hua Tai Sui, you deserve this. Do you still remember my daughter who was sold to the brothel? And my wife. Everyone here has a deep hatred for you. Kill. If you dare to touch me, the Beast King Palace will not let you off. Hua Tai Sui was anxious and finally mentioned the Beast King Palace. The Beast King Palace will not care about the life of a rapist. As for that Wang Shi, I'm going to the Xia Castle to take his life. When those people heard this, they no longer hesitated. In an instant, Hua Tai Sui's body was stabbed more than 10 times. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Remember one sentence. The heavens are clear and the retribution is not good. After saying this, Ling Xiao cut off Hua Tai Sui's head. Looking at the completely dead Hua Tai Sui, Zhang Lei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This young man is too scary. Demon God, Zhan Long exclaimed. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Brother Ling, please spare my cousin. Zhang Lei hurriedly pulled Zhang Long and Zhang Hu to kneel down. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Demon God, TSK TSK. I like this title very much. Alright, there's nothing for you here. We're about to reach the Sha Castle. You don't need my protection. You can go back by yourselves. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm sorry. At this time, Lin Jiaojiao's emotions were a little out of control. She kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao. She was probably frightened by Ling Xiao's decisive killing style. Goodbye. Ling Xiao did not look at Lin Jiaojiao. With a move, he disappeared into the dense forest. Little Jiao, now do you understand why your cousin told you not to be too arrogant outside? Zhang Lei sighed and sat on the ground. Fortunately, he is not the kind of person who kills innocent people. Otherwise, based on what you said to him before, he definitely has a reason to kill you. Cousin, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Jiaojiao cried. She was really scared. She had always grown up in the family and received a lot of care from the elders. She was used to bullying people. She was still like this outside. She could be considered lucky to have met Ling Xiao. If it had been someone else, they might not have had it so easy. Well, don't cry. It's good that you know you're wrong. Remember, after returning to the Sha Castle, none of you talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be killed. Zhang Lei said to the two cousins behind him. Got it, cousin. Chapter 486. Early in the morning, the gate of Ling Long Celestial Palace was crowded with people. The reason was that a dead body was hanging on the gate of Ling Long Celestial Palace. It was Hua Hua Taisui's. His head had been cut off, but it had been put back together. He looked miserable. He had been stabbed many times, and he was still hanging there. Many people in the crowd were cheering for him secretly. Hua Hua Taisui had run amok in the Sha Castle for many years. He had done many evil things. Everyone had the right to kill him. However, no one had been able to deal with him. Those who were weak could not beat him. Those who were strong did not want to bother with him. However, on this day, this arrogant villain who had done all kinds of evil things was dead. It seemed that he had died a miserable death. I wonder who killed this villain. I will build a golden body for him and build a cultivation temple. A middle-aged man who looked very rich had tears in his eyes as he said excitedly. He used to be a local rich man. However, when he came back from a business trip, his wife and daughter were both dead. He found out it was Hua Hua Taisui who had killed them. Since he could not force them, he decided to kill them. His wife and daughter were hanging on a big tree at the gate of the Sha Castle. They looked miserable. I can do anything for him. Thank you, my great benefactor. Thank you, my great benefactor, for avenging my wife. A young man in his 20s knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His wife was kidnapped by Hua Hua Taisui on their wedding night. However, he found her cold dead body outside the next day. He hated it. He had been practicing martial arts for many years. Unfortunately, he was only a martial vein warrior. It was almost impossible for him to take revenge. However, he got what he wanted today. His wife could rest in peace in the afterlife. There were many people like this. Hua Hua Taisui, this person, owed too many blood debts to be counted. A man walked out of Ling Long Celestial Palace. It was Wang Shi. Looking at the dead body hanging there coldly, he asked, "Who did this?" "Palace Lord, there is a name on the dead body. It's Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao. Wang Shi flew into a rage when he heard the name. The reason he came to the Sha family fort was to hunt down Ling Xiao, to avenge his junior martial brothers and sisters, and to avenge his women. However, as soon as he arrived, he began to covet Fairy Ling Long's sub-dragon martial soul. He originally thought that his plan was flawless, but in the end, he was ruthlessly played by Ling Xiao. Not only did he fail to obtain the dragon subspecies martial soul, but he also watched as Ling Xiao escaped. The anger in his heart was already very strong. But now, Ling Xiao had actually returned. This guy actually came back alive from the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How did he do it? Could it be that this guy really wasn't human, but a ferocious beast? Could it be someone impersonating him? I'm well aware of Ling Xiao's strength. He's at most an early-stage transcendent realm cultivator. How could he have killed Huahua Taisui so easily? What's more, there are several transcendent realm cultivators following Huahua Taisui. Wang Shi frowned, but immediately he thought of Taishan and Zhan Lu who had been killed by Ling Xiao. Those two had higher cultivations than Huahua Taisui, but hadn't Ling Xiao still killed them all the same? That little brat's strength really couldn't be judged by his cultivation alone. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Palace Master, do you think Ling Xiao's cultivation will improve again after entering the Forest of 1,000 Ghosts for nearly a month? A cultivator next to him asked worriedly. Do you think it's so easy to break through to the transcendent realm? Wang Shi angrily said, the higher one reaches the transcendent realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Even if his cultivation has broken through in the past 20 days, he's probably only at the middle or late stage of the transcendent realm. Even if he's at the peak of the transcendent realm. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Although he said so, Wang Shi's heart had suffered a heavy blow. Less than 2 months ago, he learned that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the transcendent realm. But now, he was worried about Ling Xiao's terrifying breakthrough speed. This might be his only chance to kill Ling Xiao. If he missed this opportunity, Ling Xiao's cultivation and strength would become even more terrifying in the future. At that time, it would be absolutely impossible to kill him. I'm actually afraid of that little brat? Wang Shi felt incredulous. But this was his true feeling right now. He was truly afraid. Ling Xiao's potential was simply too terrifying. Put down the bodies and bury them, then wait. I believe Ling Xiao will show up soon, and this time, I definitely won't let him escape. Wang Shi clenched his fists and said, there's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. For Wang Shi, sending people into the mountains to search for Ling Xiao was a very unrealistic thing. Because most cultivators now had an extremely strong sense of fear towards Ling Xiao, even if he was 10 times stronger, no one would dare take him on. Therefore, he could only wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Boom! Suddenly, Huahua Taisui's body exploded, and the 2 cultivators of the Linglong Celestial Palace who were close to the body were killed on the spot. It seemed the explosion had been calculated, and it would not have hurt the innocent. Hateful little brat. Wang Shi gnashed his teeth in hatred. He really hoped Ling Xiao would show up directly on impulse, so that he would not have to worry about him in the future. Report. At this moment, a man riding a horse rushed over from afar in a hurry. As he ran, he shouted loudly, Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao has shown up. He got off the horse when he got close. What's going on? Wang Shi asked. Palace Master, Ling Xiao is here. He has shown up in the Sha Castle. The cultivator reported loudly. Where is he now? Wang Shi was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect the idiot Ling Xiao to come to the Sha Castle. Was he courting death? Palace Master, Ling Xiao went to the brothel. Brothel? Heh, heh, heh. This little brat is also a man. He went to the Sha Castle as soon as he arrived there. Wang Shi could not help but burst out laughing. The others also burst out laughing. No, Palace Master. That little brat said he was going to destroy the brothel and set those women free. What? Ling Xiao was not going to be a chivalrous person, but he had no choice. He was really annoyed. Although he could not save all the people in the world by himself, and he did not have such a great ambition either, but he could do something if he was annoyed, especially since the brothel was the property of the Beast King Palace. He and the Beast King Palace had been enemies for a long time. Wouldn't it be great to destroy it? Wang Shi said coldly after hearing what the cultivator had said. Did he ask for help? No, Ling Xiao came here alone. I didn't see any help. The cultivator answered. Chapter 487. Wang Shi was still confused, but he didn't think Ling Xiao was such a reckless person. But he couldn't figure it out, so he decided to catch the guy first. He was a Transcendent Realm LV8 martial artist, and he had more than 1,000 martial artists under his command, all of whom were recruited from Fairy Linglong. Although these martial artists were generally only at LV3 or LV4 of the Transcendent Realm, they were still a powerful force when they joined forces. Since this guy was courting death, he would let him have his way. When they arrived at the brothel, it had become a ruin. More than a dozen corpses were lying on the ground, all of them belonging to the brothel's martial artists. These people had killed many women. As for the women of the brothel, they had all been released by Ling Xiao, and they were hiding somewhere else. As long as he could kill Wang Shi and destroy Ling Long's celestial palace, these women would have nothing to fear. Ling Xiao was standing on the ruins, holding his sword, looking very handsome. As the breeze blew, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black robe made him look like a legendary demon god. He was mysterious and terrifying. "Brother Wang, you took so long. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing Wang Shi, Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have the nerve to break into the Sha castle alone, but since you are here today, you will never leave here alive." A ferocious look appeared on Wang Shi's face. His eyes were full of killing intent, and the shadow of a giant python appeared behind him. The giant python was more than 30 feet long and as thick as a bucket. "The giant python martial soul?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "No wonder you hate me so much. You must have a special relationship with Shimei, right?" "Yes, she is my first woman, and she is also my junior sister apprentice," Wang Shi said angrily. "Oh, I see. By the way, I have a question for you. Where are Wu Yang and Qin Wu from Yuehua School?" "They have returned to Yuehua School. They said they were going to prepare for the pagoda ascension ceremony," Wang Shi answered. "You have asked enough questions. Just come down and die. Accept your death?" Ling Xiao floated down and smiled. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you." "Ha ha ha, boy, you've got guts. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Wang Shi sneered. "From the moment you entered the Sha family castle, you lost your last chance to escape. Kill him." For a time, a large number of martial artists appeared out of nowhere. With 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded. Not to mention escaping, it was probably impossible for him to even go out for a breather. The outermost layer was made up of archers. Every one of them held a shiny crossbow in their hands and aimed it at Ling Xiao. Needless to say, these crossbows and arrows must have been coated with poison. Since Wang Shi wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to be merciful. This was basic knowledge. The cultivators in the middle were all cultivators between the 5th and 6th layers of the Transcendent Realm, all of whom were closely guarded, ready to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao at any moment. The frontmost layer was made up of cultivators below the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder, expendable goods. These people were used to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. Wang Shi quickly retreated to the middle of the group. Although he was confident he could kill Ling Xiao, he could use the most energy-efficient method. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to fight one-on-one. "Ho ho, such a grand welcoming ceremony. Should I be thanking Brother Wang?" Ling Xiao still stood in the middle of the group with his sword in hand, looking at Wang Shi indifferently, not the slightest bit shaken by the sudden change in the situation. "Umph, Ling Xiao, you're too cunning. I won't fight you one-on-one. This isn't a spar. I'll do whatever it takes to kill you." When Wang Shi said these words, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't race. Obviously, he was a ruthless character. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I didn't expect Brother Wang to fight me one-on-one. If I wanted to kill someone, the means I used would be even more ruthless than this." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wang Shi suddenly felt a little worried. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Was he bluffing? Or was he really planning something else? Afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Come, let me see your determination to kill me. Today, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Either you die or I die." He didn't think Wang Shi was despicable, because if you want to kill someone, talk about fairness and justice, talk about being open and aboveboard, that would be too laughable and pedantic. Since they were already like fire and water, there was no such thing as despicable. Whoever killed the other represented justice. The weak didn't even have the right to choose death. Still not attacking? Wang Shi shouted angrily. Kill him. Although he was still a little worried, Wang Shi was confident that his arrangements today were sufficient. Even if Ling Xiao had some kind of plot, he could use the cultivators below the fourth layer of the transcendent realm to pave the way for him. This was the role of cannon fodder in the first place. All of you listen to me. Once I attack, I won't show any mercy. If you die, don't blame me when you go to hell. Ling Xiao simply put away the ice dragon sword and coldly glared at the hundreds of cultivators below the fourth layer of the transcendent realm. This was his final warning. If you die, I will give you a large pension. Our Beast King Palace will take care of your families. If you don't attack, I will kill you all. Wang Shi's voice was extremely cold. Kill. Hearing this, the cultivators' eyes suddenly turned blood red and they completely lost their minds. In any case, if they attacked, they would die. If they didn't attack, they would die. They had to choose a more meaningful way to die. Standing there, Wang Shi sneered and quickly declared, Ling Xiao, you have no chance of survival. Today, you must die. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, just calmly looking at the cultivators approaching him, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. Although these people were forced to do so, he would not show them any mercy. Because once he showed mercy, he would be the one to die. He wasn't Buddha, nor was he the Holy Mother. It was impossible for him to sacrifice himself to save others. Behind him, the phantom of a giant hemlock tree appeared. The terrifying power released by this martial spirit caused these cultivators to tremble in fear. Die. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The phantom of the hemlock tree trembled and stretched out its branches, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Except for those who were watching the show outside, Wang Shi and his subordinates were all wrapped up. So. Countless spikes protruded from the ground. Screams rang out one after another as cultivators fell one after another. Release the arrows. Wang Shi waved his hand gloomily. He didn't care about the lives of the cannon fodder in front of him. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, even if all the cultivators here died today, it didn't matter as long as he didn't die. So. Arrows shot out one after another. Chapter 488. When the arrows shot by the archers got close to Ling Xiao, it was as if they had hit something. They shattered easily and fell to the ground, having no effect at all. A novel, love, however. The archers were in a miserable state. The sharp spikes flew past the experts in the middle and headed straight for the archers behind them. Another wave of screams rang out. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of numbers. On the contrary, the more people there were, the stronger he would become. In addition to the Mountain River Martial Soul's ability to devour true yuan, there was now a simplified version of the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. The 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array was not as simple as refining the essence of beasts. It could also refine martial artists. Therefore, the more people that died, the stronger the 10,000 Evil Beast Soul Spear that Ling Xiao condensed would be, and the more powerful its combat power would be. Although this method of fighting seemed a little evil, since the other party was an enemy, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the ground, there was a strange red glow and some terrifying inscriptions. Not good, let's rush out first. This guy has set up a trap here. Wang Shi was experienced and quickly realized where the danger was. Therefore, he led the group of experts in an attempt to rush out of the Iron Mountain cage. Brother Wang, don't waste your time. Since I dared to keep you here, I won't give you a chance to escape. Ling Xiao's Iron Mountain cage had been strengthened by the Earth's spiritual energy and could continuously absorb the Earth's spiritual energy from the Earth. Unless he was killed, no one could escape. Brat, you actually used such an evil array. If news of this gets out, you're finished. What a joke. If you can bully me with numbers, why can't I use an array? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You said that my array is evil. Then, what kind of martial arts is an evil? Unless you don't use it to hurt people. Wang Shi was speechless. He glared at Ling Xiao. Brother Wang, it's time to end this. After killing you, I still have to go back to Yuehua School to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. I don't have time to play with you here. Ling Xiao smiled and slowly walked towards Wang Shi. Suddenly, the ground bulged, and a sharp claw stretched out from the ground, directly grabbing Ling Xiao's vital point. Those claws were extremely sharp. Under the sun, they actually flickered with a strange cold light. The attack this time was extremely sudden and tricky. If it was someone else, they would have admitted defeat. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly, displaying one slight skill before an expert. He had been releasing the true essence ball all this time, so he had long discovered what was hidden underground. The reason why he hadn't moved was because he wanted to beat them at their own game. When the claw reached out, he suddenly made his move. His right hand had already turned into a dragon claw. He directly grabbed the thing underground and pulled it out. It was a large rat, a large white rat. It was as big as a dog. This was King Snake's pet. He had always relied on this pet. With this pet, he had once ambushed an enemy who was stronger than him and killed him. He was confident that this time, Ling Xiao would also fall for it. However, the reality made him shudder with fear. Hee, it's not good for such a big rat to run around. Let's kill it. Ling Xiao glanced at King Snake and couldn't help but chuckle. The true essence in his hands surged, and a thick chi sword shot out. Little White, be careful. King Snake cried out in alarm. The situation changed too quickly, and his expression hadn't changed yet. He originally thought that Little White's sneak attack could successfully injure Ling Xiao, and then he would launch an attack and definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, the situation now was completely different from what he had imagined. It had even turned around. He had a deep friendship with Little White. This little thing had accompanied him since he was young, from weak to strong. His relationship with him was even deeper than his parents. He naturally didn't want Little White to die. If you don't want it to die, don't let it out. He smiled faintly at King Snake, and then the rat's shrill scream was heard. Squeak, 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 squeak. After you die, remember to choose the right master in the future. Don't mix around with that idiot. The chi sword had already pierced through the rat's body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Squeak. Before the rat died, it actually burst out a dazzling attack. It spat out a cloud of black smoke and shot directly at Ling Xiao's head. Of course, it didn't know what regret was. It was just a brainless rat that obeyed its master. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Ling Xiao actually swallowed the black smoke into his stomach in one gulp. TSK, it's actually poisonous smoke. The taste isn't very good. I'll return it to you. Ling Xiao frowned, then opened his mouth and spat. The poisonous smoke that was originally inhaled actually flew towards King Snake and the others. Quickly hold your breath, King Snake shouted, but the speed of the poisonous smoke was too fast. Many martial artists were still hit. They fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. After a while, they lost their vitality. In the sky, there was a figure covered by a cloud. It was actually the Moon Maiden. She originally planned to return to the Yuehua school alone. However, she was really worried about Ling Xiao, so she followed Ling Xiao to the Sha Castle. She was almost ready to attack just now, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fine. She was worried for nothing. This guy is even more terrifying than I thought. The Moon Maiden shook her head and continued to watch the battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she definitely wouldn't attack. Otherwise, it would definitely be detrimental to Ling Xiao's development. Little White. In the blink of an eye, Little White sneaked up on Ling Xiao and killed him. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even if King Snake wanted to save it, it was already too late. Here you go. Ling Xiao threw Little White's corpse to King Snake. However, King Snake didn't catch it. He let the corpse fall to the ground and stabbed into the spikes. Trying to trick me? No way. King Snake said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't play any tricks this time. I just thought that your little pet was not bad, so I wanted to return its body to you. Look at you, you're such a person. King Snake looked at Little White's corpse, and his face turned red and white. In the end, his various expressions converged into a bone-chilling murderous intent. A snake spear appeared in King Snake's hand. He said to Ling Xiao in a bone-chilling voice, No matter what, you will die today. You've said the same thing many times. Even if you don't find it annoying, I'm tired of hearing it. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said to King Snake. In fact, he wanted to say the same thing. Today, all the martial artists here would die. He didn't care who was the mastermind and who was the accomplice. Whoever dared to chase after him would die. Tolerating the pursuit of the enemy wasn't kindness, but stupidity. Sooner or later, he would be killed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.